too north for these guys.
Harvey, that's how people in Massachusetts pronounce it.
Barbie?
Massachusetts is north, right?
There's 30 seconds till the open here.
Ding, ding.
Yeah. Focus up.
Some folks were born. Oh shit, let me grab some water.
No, Timmy, I was definitely not in the military. I have definitely a problem of
With
blindly
authority,
following,
yeah?
blindly following
Yeah,
authority.
yeah.
Not my jam.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Zero interesting liquidity on the way down, and pretty much few stuff on the way up, 80, 83, but small shit. Liquidity, well, same old same. We're in the fucking middle of the little nowhere, but that's all right. Still going up, like there is no fucking tomorrow. Hopefully there will be no fucking tomorrow, because I'm waiting for that, but nothing else to add. Oh yeah, I forgot to open one of my charts. Yes, I'm always optimist. No, I'm not optimist. Like, fuck the optimist. Fuck the optimist. You will never be disappointed if you are a pessimist. Okay, let's see if we reach 56. That would be nice. 55, 56. That would be very, very nice of price, obvious. 7 was a decent long. Even 5, to be honest. I got something after 5. It took out, unfortunately, but it was nice.
We need to stay above 55.40s, 35s.
I was, let's say 55, 56. Yes, that's the spot. More 56 than 55 for.
I meant on the lower side, not up here, but
on
the
lower
side.
Lower side. Sorry, I heard 55, 56. On the lower side,
I meant 5,540s.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much. I would not be that much surprised to see a fast pick up there, but we'll see. Well, maybe it's time for a short. Who knows? Like, we haven't breached the previous day low in, I think, 7 trading days. 8. I didn't check this one.
Yeah, that's quite something.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a record there. No, not on the way up, nor on the way down. I, yeah, was 82, but I'm opening the chart and my Sierra is spinning, spinning, spinning. So can't check that. Yeah. It's a lot like yesterday. What's your coding stream in an hour, right? Yes, an hour.
10:30 Eastern.
Yes, yes. 56, come on. Don't be dead, please. I got something at 63, 64, 65 now. Very low stuff, but not much significant, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Oh my god.
Just stuck.
Yeah,
Very tight.
very shitty volume too. So looks like yesterday for now. Our book is 85 million in cash. Yes. Yeah. That's I don't know. I'm a fucking communist probably, but I don't think that stuff is totally fair.
Why do you say you're a communist?
I guess for an American, that's fucking being a fucking communist. I don't know, but that's I've felt like that's the disequality in wage when the tops gain like 3,000 billion times more than the people working. It's insane. But
That's not communist. That's just you're against corruption.
yeah,
that's those words get thrown out around a lot here,
yeah, I know.
usually by people who don't know what that even means
Yeah.
and never
Yeah.
set foot in a communist regime
Yeah.
once in their life.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little fucking too much.
Here's a
I'm
question.
fine. Mhm.
Is Star Trek
Ah.
communist?
Star Trek? What's Star Trek?
Star Trek, the
Star-
TV movies. All the
No.
movies and TVs.
Star Trek is not communism.
Federation of Socialist Bible. Oh, Star Trek. You call it Star Trek?
Star Trek? What?
I heard Star Trek, so I was like, what the fuck is Star Trek?
What the?
That's what I was asking. What the fuck is Star Trek? Star Trek. Okay. No, I probably heard that wrong. Oh yeah, they're fucking communists for sure. So, call me Reds. Oh God, please wake up.
Sell.
Well, 50 needs a hole, right?
Oh, very directional. Yes. But okay, that's super dead.
Friday.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't see. I don't see anything super. Yeah, I will draw a line there, 46, but I will not 46. I'll say, but I will not consider that super important at the moment.
Yeah,
Like
because
those things become important when there is some sort of effort to do something around them. But at the moment, we got yeah. Yeah, I consider that an effort to stay on top of 46-ish. But again, yes, that's probably the most significant spot for now, but I don't consider that like having that much important at the moment. When there is a when there is a kind of effort to stay on top or below it, a battle, if you wanna say like that. When you see people entering using algo and putting fucking volume to break it, stay on top of it, below it, that kind of stuff. In an algo is it's just look at your volume. That's pretty much your first telling. It's something you can see on quote tape. Yeah. No. Yes. It's the way they hitting the bait. It's like a fucking, I don't know, racing game, car. So you see someone hitting the beat, and you see the immediate reaction of someone else hitting the offer, and they try to stay one on top of each other. It's activity, pretty much.
Like this one right here was a nice buy algo, and now followed by a
No,
little
this is mild shit. This is not. This is very muted. Same as. Yeah. The interaction between each other, action, reaction. Yes. This is super muted at the moment. Usually volume moves price. No, it's not. No, that's not a battle. If it's constantly moving in one direction, usually it's not a battle, or there is something super directional leading all the other side. No, no. I'm not sure I'm totally got what you mean, but generally speaking, I got it right. No, it's really a battle. It's not something I can totally explain. When will happen? And I think I have highlighted that a few times. What will happen? You can say. Yeah, the only thing you can do is watch the fucking thing live while it's happening, because it's really action reaction, like that guy was saying. He's 10,000 hour. I'm looking at the right stuff, because 10,000 hour looking at stuff will usually get you blind, and that's it. But yeah, looking at the right stuff, that's when experience comes. Yes, for sure. I'm pretty sure Aaron, for example, can understand that pretty easily, because it's something you see in the tape on stock and shit.
I've definitely spent more than 10,000 hours sitting in front of these. And
Yeah, so
if you're looking
prob-
at the wrong stuff, I mean,
Yeah.
100 hours with the right stuff in front of you can be more fruitful than 10 years of looking at the wrong
Oh, yeah.
stuff.
58,
Also, stuff
60.
that was working back then doesn't necessarily translate to now. So
Yeah. But those are not like setups or kind of stuff like that. That's really the mechanics of market. This is stuff that has been in place since literally when the tape was on paper.
the tapes
The
really
principle.
evolved over the decades. Like,
Yes, but not the principle. Like
no, not the principle.
the very basic of it are always the same. It's an advertising project. You need to have other people, to force other people to do the same stuff and force other people out, and blah blah blah. What really changes the amount of exposure you need into the market, not for retail, for people with heavy money, like 10 years ago, or even 20, 30 years ago, whatever it was. It was really about having a position and then build on top of that position slowly. Today, you see modern algo, it's not like that. They have a position, but they keep eating the fucking beat. They keep eating the fucking ask. It's constant revaluation of the position every fucking second. And they are always in the market when they are in. It's not like they buy 10,000 contract, whatever range it is, and then they stop and they look at price and shit. No, they keep doing stuff. They keep doing stuff. They keep doing stuff. So more frenzy, but pretty much same principle. It's always been about pressure, advertising your plans, getting the right people with you. No, no, of course not. I mean, in a friendly conversation, that you give something, but no, not really. Yeah, but it's like it's not. There is no need because the basic principle we know all about that. The money it's in the finer details, and that's not stuff that usually you talk about, even because it's not that simple. And most of the stuff is super complicated, especially the very big one, which I knew few people on. There's stuff that's happening across a bunch of different markets at the same time. It's slightly different. Or more like the second, there are very few quote unquote prop film left. Yeah, so some is the people that you do that is usually in the ugly section of hedge fund and that stuff, because that's considered high risk and very focused on the intraday stuff. So it's a lot less important than when the real money is made today.
This is interesting here if they fail this 60.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Well, and then-
it's still
Okay.
very muted. Like, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, looking at the 10-second even
hmm
earlier, like
At 22 swing.
sorry, after swing two, when we broke below 50 and there was just sell, then that would that be an example of where like you can see how important that 50 area was due to the amount of selling there?
You mean the stuff between 12 and 13 on swing number? Or 10
Before
number?
here, I'll post a screenshot.
Yeah, thank you.
Kind of like we were, price was dropping down a little, then it got to that 50 area, and then they just sold it down. And so, is that kind of the area then that you would keep an eye on? Or-
Let me see that 50. Okay, that was one show pre-open. Yes, there was something there for sure. Yes, you're right. And more important, after 8:30, there was some serious volume there. You see that before 8:30 was a lot more muted, and then it started to pick up.
Yeah, and then on the 4-point,
Yeah.
I got swing 10. That's kind of where it all took off from, and then back over that.
Yeah.
Is that kind of how you look at those areas then?
Yeah, but like after open usually and with more activity. But yes, that's the
Okay.
sort of the principle. I will not consider 50, but that kind of stuff 40, that's important. That's where the volumes start to 3, 5, 7 swing number.
Oh, okay.
And it's looked to me like a certain effort to stay on top of 42, 46 is very, very high stuff because it was pretty much pre-open. Not that precise. Yeah, this is dead.
I saw where it's OPEX. Is that tribute
today?
to? I believe so.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're right. Good
So
call.
does that contribute to just? I mean, it still can do stuff, but like. The goal on OPEX is to screw everyone over, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but when do we have news? Fucking news.
Oh yeah, there's that consumer sentiment and inflation expectations.
As I see, the depth is starting to look shanky.
And then that
Worst swing
yeah,
wasn't horrible. Sorry, Chad.
Here. Central Time.
Interesting. The fucking depth is totally collapsing. That's new stuff. Guess big news.
Oh yeah. Liquidity scattered.
Yeah. Boom.
There's the follow through.
Very, 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 very,
Not
very
convincing.
No, it's same as yesterday. Volume is really small shit.
I meant the follow through to the upside is not convincing.
Yeah,
Not yet, at
I know
least.
what you mean. It's literally same as yesterday. There's nothing big to play.
Hamptons.
Yeah. Yeah, literally same as fucking yesterday. Some volume now, thankfully, but you can put volume like that beater instead of the difference bar if you want. Have more, I guess, granular view, but it's the same data, just different visualization. Some little selling on that 26, 27. And some more activity here, thankfully.
We need to hold 58, 60 area.
Yeah. Yeah, this 62 is right. Not below that for sure. Yeah, that was yeah. I didn't take a position there because I still have something from pre-open, but that was a good short. Yeah. What price did that we don't have liquidity at 75, like significant stuff, 75, 78. It does a little better algorithm than before. Way more activity. See the bid hitting the offer, hitting the offer, hitting the offer, and the offer, the bid volume trying to catch up. Hitting the offer, hitting the offer, hitting the offer, hitting the offer. Same. Yeah, the bids are in control on the difference bar, trying to stay on top. Long partial flat. Yeah. Nice, nice. Like the partial. Did you flat there because of money or because of something in the thing? All number per tip, P plus axis, okay. Because it's nicely layered on the way up on the depth. Yeah, very solid. And you were in the right spot. That's imagine entering. Well, you got lucky, so you got momentum, but entering even fucking couple of cents above that. And that's perfect. I'll probably have all 1/3 of my position there, but that's fine. That's money management. At least at the time of your
And you would have
screenshot.
been correct because it is a point higher.
Yeah.
But
No,
gotta
just
work on
looking at
that.
your screenshot, it's very layered on the offer. So there's a lot of food to take in that directional market. I like how they were layering when you took partial. You see that little stuff on the offer.
Yep.
I was
Also on
just
the
seeing
tape.
that exactly where he was taking that partial was a bit of a weird spot, you know.
No, I can. Yeah, it was weird, but I consider that a good partial. Like looking at price.
It was the first burst, like real
Yes.
big momentum push up. So I just took half right there.
Yeah, that's the spot where the seller will start their things and eventually fail or not.
It's
So
the
that's
spot where
where-
if I hadn't taken partial, Lucas would have been saying, "Why didn't you take a partial here?"
Yes.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, exactly. But
Yes.
well, that's a really interesting one, right? Because look at it, breaks above that previous structure, but it's into that big breakdown candle. It's just a very interesting spot.
It's the first spot where the seller will have entered, and they did sort of a little bit.
Yeah, they try.
I think the key was I watched the buyer work for the way up and saw the buyer working, and then you can see the buyer take their foot off the gas, and then you identify the spots that you want to focus on from the, let's call it the 4-pointer, even though it's a 3-minute, but let's call it the 4-pointer.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm applying what we talked about yesterday, today.
You have always those fucking amazing entry.
Thank you. Tape reading.
Yeah. That's why
Lots
I
of
think
time tape reading.
you will do very well. Yes. Yeah. Little extreme in the ask volume here.
Not to get too far off base, but Tundra, see where the price is coming back to on that now? See how it came back tested the top side of it? Now it's doing it again?
You mean on the screenshot or live Tesla?
Live now. Yeah, live right now.
Yep.
And see, this is going to be a breaking point, right? So if you watch the volume right here, it might do something fancy. Not to take a trade. I'm just saying it might.
No, I'm a bit distracted with the thing starting in a few minutes, so I'm trying to set stuff up here and switch focus now.
Yeah, I mean we can join. Yeah, just remember, guys, it's recorded and published, so keep the holy grails.
What? Publishing?
The stream, the coding stream stuff, recorded and published.
Yeah, I'm not going to be showing. I'm not going to be showing any of this stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking. I'll join, I guess, the other two. So.
No. Yeah, you're going to put it on YouTube like you normally do, right, Froze?
Yeah, it'll be live streamed as well.
So keep the holy grails after you, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll watch from YouTube, right? So he gets
So
the
you can
views too, right?
you can
Either
you
one.
can work.
That's why I
Yeah.
do it. I do it so you get views from it. That's so.
You definitely should post your callable score. You can definitely post that. With a small gift card to Timmy. Still a Thursday, Timmy?
I'm getting ready. Sorry, I'll be out in a few minutes. What was Cobol? You guys, okay.
We were wondering if you're still in that lower 30 kind of stuff.
You're digging in deep now. Oh, he's got the whole weekend. You fools! You fools!
That's okay. I just post 150 and then they'll shut up for the rest of their lives.
That's precisely.
Yeah,
like it.
sure.
You gave him a whole
Sure.
weekend. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not
For
there
this
yet.
one, it's 100 for the max.
What are you doing?
I think I'm stuck on 79. Yeah, it probably took him what 5 minutes to get that far. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's some that you can kind of blow through, and then you hit one that you just get stuck on.
Well, at least he's not stuck in the lower 30. That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah. Terrible.
Luca, you haven't even tried.
No, because I will
So,
be.
you're talking a big game, but I haven't
I
seen
will
a
be-
higher
I will-
number than basically 0 from you.
No, I'm leaving in the shadow, Chad. I don't want to be humiliated.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop and go get ready.
Hey,
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah.
I'd
I'll see you there.
I would rather have your trading consistency than core ball.
Yeah, it's yeah, it cannot do it for sure. Like, replay in Sierra, it's you need to set up that properly. It's not very accurate.
That's a
Not
big
always.
change, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, pay attention. Pay attention.
yeah. Just hit the high
Yeah, and yes, yeah,
And-
that's
and the depth extreme there again.
yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, I did too.
Just the first turn. I feel like it. You know what I mean? It'll take another minute or two.
Actually, let me take off. No, but I'll take substantial stuff here out. Not a great spot to take profit, but that was a good night. Yeah. Yes, still they're still eating now, especially the offers are still good, but that was a good bottom there. 30 for sure. Swing number. Decent volume on that low. I'm missing everything even tonight. Jesus. Well, I guess I'll switch to the other server for a while. I'll join the coding stream, even if I don't code or care, but show some support.
Yeah, I should, so I can learn how to do it the right way.
Yeah. I'll get a glass of water and I'll catch you there. Then we can come back
Okay.
eventually later on.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Thanks.
Later, team, later.
Bye bye.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Hey, man.
Long time.
Yeah, it has 6 months,
Yeah,
5 months.
or 5 minutes. Depends how you count.
Time is
All relative.
one of those things. Yeah, at least that's what Einstein said. Let me start setting stuff up here. Save chart book. Close. What do I have here? Get this part of the screen share going. Screens. Which screen is this? Source. Resolution as high as possible. Go lives. Mhm. Can you guys see my picture?
Yeah, I didn't know that's what you look like.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay. Share chart. So 224. Mm-hmm. You know what else I need to do is grab this, backfill, this. What am I doing? What else do we need? Don't we have, what's it called? Template? Is this the one I used? That is not the one I used. Study, or no, what was it? It was like coding stream something, right? 2023 December, Peak Valley. You can use that as a template. I'm gonna need to grab this, OBS. Open up OBS. Create live stream, go live. Where is Excalibur? There's Excalibur. Let me check the mic levels. Check. Headset is good. Can somebody jump on the mic in Discord and say something?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Perfect.
Yeah, good.
Okay, what was the other thing? Oh, I know. To do this. Can I have this separate from this? Okay. Holy cow, look at all these people.
Yeah.
Start streaming. Connecting streaming software to that. Looks like it's live on YouTube. Check 1 2. If somebody could check YouTube real quick and make sure that the audio is coming through and give me a thumbs up or thumbs down or jump on the mic, let me know. Everybody else, if you can hear this, welcome to a coding stream. It's August 16th, 2024. It is not March. It is August 16th, and it's been a couple of months since we last did this, so I'm excited. Let's have some fun here. How's the YouTube stream looking? Audio, visuals, everything coming in?
Sounds good.
Is the video coming through?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Is the video coming through?
I see. 1 second. Let me see. Is it this one? Did that work?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's working.
That showed up?
Mm.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Coding stream. Welcome everybody. Happy Friday. We got quite a number of people in here already. And while we get everything set up and questions loaded into this queue here, before we start, maybe people can write down where they're listening in from, or even chime in on the audio. Feel free to jump on the mic and say where you're listening in from, and I'm going to start queuing up some questions here into Excalidraw. There's one. Just taking some. Nobody is going to say where they're listening in from. Another question that I didn't answer. We'll get through some of these, and then let's go back up here and load some of these. Where was that question? Blinking lights. There we go. There it is. Let me take a copy of this. And then catching knives had a couple of different questions, so I'll post those one at a time, and then we'll just go down from there. Excellent. Okay. Listening in from the Arctic. Awesome. All right. This can be coding, trading, life regrets, whatever you guys want. This is going to be a free for all. How do you, Wolfie asks, how do you get real-time data from Sierra Chart? I have my individual broker data, but I want to use Sierra Charts. You would go to the Sierra Chart website and you would find one of the services, data and trade services, and you would find one of the real-time, I'm just going to search real-time historical or real-time and historical services. I don't know if you're trading Forex or something else, but the real-time service is going to be on this page here. And basically you pay them and then they will start feeding you a real-time data feed. Isn't this the perfect environment for futures traders? I don't know. I don't trade futures. Z09FG. I only trade equities. There's a high chance that they will take stops before moving the market in the other direction. And that is why stops are a bad idea. But without them, you always risk financial ruin. So they are needed. From there on, it's a statistical edge. How many times can you get away without being stopped? So this is from Crypto Eraser. I see this argument made a couple times where some people are in the camp of don't ever use stops. Some people are in the camp of always use stops. I am pretty risk averse, so meaning I don't like to take on risk. Meaning like I like to have my risk limited. This is one of the reasons why I don't hold swing shorts overnight, because the risk is potentially life destroying that you could take, even if it's unlikely. So for me, whenever I enter a trade, I am always putting in some kind of catastrophic stop loss to get me out should things hit the fan. We'll keep this PG for now. There's traders who don't use stop losses. Some of them are trading very, high frequency scalping type of stuff. So they're always at the computer. They've got their finger on the button. And what I would say to that as a counterpoint or a counter argument, devil's advocate, is what do you do when your power goes out or when your internet goes out and you didn't have a server side stop loss and the market turned? Or what if there's another flash crash? Like how are you going to stay solvent if things don't go the way that you thought they would and things turn around? And I guess my theory on it is live to fight another day. And that lets me continue to trade tomorrow because I have risk mitigation in place to make sure that I am able to trade tomorrow. And a lot of beginners or even intermediate, any stage, people are being enticed with this. Don't use a stop loss. I think that's really up to you and the style of trading that you're choosing to pursue. You have to match your personality and all that stuff. But for me, that is too risky. Risk of financial ruin is too risky. I don't have a backup trading account. I have a family. I am not looking to wipe myself out, so I use stop losses. Your choice is up to you. Looking to get a new laptop. Of course, I'll be putting a Seer chart on it. Any advice on the specs I should be looking to have? I would suggest Jason. This is from Jason Taylor. Had a Mac, but most of the programs are looking for trading are Windows based. Yeah, that is true. A lot of the trading related software tends to be either web based or PC Windows based. I would say that if you're looking to get a new laptop, buy as much RAM, so internal memory, not hard drive necessarily, although that is important as well. But I would say number one, max out your RAM. Max out RAM. The laptop that I use for trading has 64 gigabytes of RAM. This is, to many, considered overkill, but I also do a lot of development on it and other things. So, my use case is a little bit different, but I would try to stay above 16 gigabytes of RAM. If you're running only 8 gigabytes of RAM with Windows 11 and Windows 10, you're going to potentially be running out or thrashing your internal memory as you try to load large amounts of data. If you're using tick data on an instrument like the ES and you want tick by tick data, so no compression, you're not doing 1 minute bars, you're doing like every tick, and you have like large volume profiles or some kind of histogram with depth or something else like that, that is a lot of data. So where are you going to store it? If you only have 8 or 16 gigabytes of RAM, I'm simplifying things here, but if you're trying to store all that data into a system that is running a very small amount of RAM, which also Windows is using it, the other programs you're running in the background, maybe you have an antivirus, etc. Maybe you have, I don't know, Google Sheets open, maybe you have Chrome open. All those different things are using your physical resources on that machine. So RAM is going to run out. The next thing I would say, besides max out your RAM, is get a fast hard disk drive. I forgot what they're called now. Probably somebody in the chat knows, but it's like NVMe. Is that the name of it? Maybe somebody can write in the chat.
Correct.
NVMe. Okay, yeah. I picked up a couple of these drives from my laptop, which my laptop is not new. The machine I'm trading off of, actually the machine I'm presenting all of this off of is not new. It's probably 7, 8 something years old, but I do upgrade it over time. And one of the things I upgraded was I got more RAM and faster RAM up to the point where I was maxing out the motherboard specifications for speed. It doesn't make sense to get faster RAM than what your motherboard can support because it can't utilize it. That's like getting racing tires for your bone stock Toyota Tercel. That you don't really, it's overkill. The other thing is get a fast hard drive. I upgraded to these NVMe hard drives. They are not your standard SATA hard disk. They're tiny little. It looks like RAM chips essentially, and very fast. And it's great for loading lots of data, large amounts of data in Sierra charts. So that I would recommend. What else? What else? So Sierra chart has a feature about for graphics called OpenGL or Enable OpenGL. And this is found in, where is it? Is it global settings, graphics settings, global? Yeah, okay, so it's global settings, graphics settings, global. And then up here, you see this other tab, you click on that, and then you see this guy right here, use OpenGL for chart graphics. Now, don't just go clicking this, listen to what I'm gonna say. This will require a restart of Sierra chart so that it can use it on the next restart. But what this is basically doing by having it checked is it's telling your computer to offload all of the rendering that happens on charts for graphics to your video card rather than your CPU. Let me say that again. Having this checked tells Sierra chart and your computer to offload the work required to render all of the stuff you have drawn on your chart from your CPU over to your video card. What is that? What's the benefit of that? Well, that lets your CPU deal with things like crunching numbers, not drawing stuff. It lets your video card draw stuff, and it lets your CPU deal with everything else. In other words, you're splitting the resources in a more efficient manner. And if you have a nice video card, I think a lot of the NVIDIA cards are supporting this. I don't know about AMD. You'll have to search the support boards to like get the exact information about what cards do work, what cards don't work. But a lot of the NVIDIA cards work well, and I think that's what I'm using here is like a mobile NVIDIA card. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy expensive. It's just a mobile NVIDIA card other than the integrated graphics on this notebook. And when I use this, I do get some pretty good chart performance improvement. I would say if you stick to these three things, a lot of RAM and fast RAM, a lot of hard drive space and fast hard drive, like the speed of the hard drive is important. Don't get one of those slow disk hard drives that spins at like 7,000 RPM. That is going to be very slow, and it'll take you longer to load charts and data, etc. And then have a decent NVIDIA card that you turn on OpenGL, and I think you'll be just fine. Let's see. We have a couple comments on some of the things. Without a stop loss, one cannot validate whether a strategy has positive expectancy. Yeah, that's true. Let me bring that in. Number. Hope you're doing well. Where was it? Was this one, right? Yeah, this one. This without a stop loss, you can't validate whether a strategy has positive expectancy. So what number is talking about here is if you are trying to measure statistically what your proposed strategy is going to do. Let's say you're backtesting. Let's say you're developing something. If you are trying to measure using objective fact, you won't be able to if you don't have a stop loss. If you're trading discretionarily, then it's a little bit different. You're probably not trying to backtest discretionary trading. Anyways, I think you guys get the point. Bicanoid, ideally a desktop, but if you, let me just copy it here. One sec. This is regarding these, can you guys see this all right? Is it coming through clear? Is it good? Resolution is good. Bicanoid says it's good. Okay. Ideally a desktop, but if you want a laptop, then the ThinkPads might not be bad. You can throw 128 gigabytes of RAM in them, and then 8 terabyte hard drives. 8 terabytes is probably overkill for for a trading computer in terms of hard drive space, but you do you. If you have a lot of I record my trading sessions and store the videos in high resolution. So I do have an external drive that I offload those to. I don't store them internally, but actually the machine I am trading off is I don't think they're called ThinkPads. I think they're called ThinkStations. Whatever the mobile version of a power station is. But he brings up, or she brings up, a good point. Ideally a desktop. If you don't need the laptop, if this is not a necessary, opt for the desktop. Why? It's going to cost you less money. You're going to have a lot more options. It's going to be easier to maintain and build. And generally be just better performing you'll get more bang for your buck. I've been building my own computer since I was a little child, and even before there were hard disks. And you always get more bang for your buck on building out a desktop, unless you get some kind of smashing deal on laptops. You can put 2 NVMEs into that? Yeah, there you go. So for the hard drive, you can put 2 of them, and the latest generation NVMe, which again is that super fast hard disk type memory for permanent storage on your machine. Let's see. Am I pronouncing this correct? Dark Noise says, get a desktop, not a laptop. If you have to do a laptop because you're always on the move, or you're always moving, it is what it is. But decent graphics card. We talked about that. If you tend to use OpenGL, yep. And then good RAM, yep, we talked about that. And then a fast hard drive, SSD, NVMe. Check the reviews. Cooling, yeah. Actually, this is a good point. I know we're spending a lot of time on hardware, but if you cheap out on the power supply, which is called a PSU usually. What is it? Power supply unit, I think is what that stands for. If you cheap out on the cooling or power supply on your machine, whether it's desktop or laptop, you might run into cooling issues down the road, which will end up making you have to spend more money than if you had just gotten a good power supply that can provide adequate, constant, solid, reliable power. Which you would think, why doesn't every power supply provide that? Well, not all power supplies are created equally, and the cheap ones made and thrown into Best Buy off the shelf cheap $200 computers they're likely going to fail within, I don't know, 2 years. Nothing against Best Buy or those cheap computers. They have their purpose. Grandparents who need a new computer, those are great options for setting it up, and all they want to do is watch YouTube. They don't need a $4,000 machine. But don't cheap out on your power supply. Don't cheap out on your cooling. Okay. Let's see. Howdy. M. Bilyanov says, almost missed the stream. I have a lot of questions. I'm on a holiday. I probably won't be able to ask anything. No worries. And then Piotr says, for the best performance, use NVMe. Let me put this in here so that everyone can see this. Right here. Piotr says, use these NVMe drives and only have Sierra Chart on it. In other words, you're suggesting to do a dedicated install of Sierra Chart just on this super fast drive, and maybe have Windows installed on a different drive, so that you have separated the concerns. And when Sierra Chart is requesting the operating system for disk read and writes, it's the only one talking. And it's the only one talking. I mean, Sierra Chart is the only thing talking to that super fast drive. Basically, just making your system work as high performance as possible. Okay, now that we've beaten that horse, let's go down here. Blinking lights says, regarding this, I want to plot some horizontal lines at the highs and lows of Bollinger Bands, but that's an indicator and not a coding question. And then hold on a second, didn't someone come in? Wasn't it Ziggy who came in? Let me scroll up here. Ziggy came in and said, in response, and maybe this will help others, which is why I want to address this. Are you talking about this style, open the Bollinger Band, subgraphs, draw style to stair step, or something else? So that's one option, and he has a screenshot here as well that goes along with that, which I think is what he meant. Is this what you mean by style? But I'm not sure if that's actually what blinking lights meant. I think what he meant, or they meant, is to have some kind of like, where's my line? Like if this was the hard right edge, or this is the high or something, to have like a line across. I don't know if blinking lights is in here to clarify what the question is, but I thought what they meant was like having a line go all the way across the chart. I think this might be accomplishable without any coding. I believe in some of the Seer chart gurus in here, and there's quite a few in here I can see. It's a subgraph style. Yeah, so you can accomplish that. RB is saying you can accomplish that with a different subgraph style. So it sounds like you don't even need to do any coding to accomplish that, which is great. Catching Knives, hello, has some questions. Excellent. You had a couple questions. I'm going to queue them up one by one. How do you go about debugging code? This is a great question. How do you go about debugging code? Tips or best practices? And then a second question about adding messages to the log. So let's talk about debugging code. Debugging, troubleshooting, code. This is probably what I consider one of my strengths as an engineer, is the troubleshooting aspect of things that aren't working correctly. And I have it down to a very simple system of split, divide, and conquer, essentially. If I know there's a piece of code and I am getting some kind of unknown error in this piece of code, what I will do is I will divide the problem in half, and then I will start adding some kind of debug dumps on this half, and then also debug dumps on this half. What do I mean by dumps? I mean some kind of text output, log output, some kind of meaningful information. So what is meaningful information? Let's say I'm calculating a simple moving average. Let's just pretend this is an SMA indicator I'm building just for the sake of this. And I'm not getting the correct, let's say down here, the output value is something nonsensical like this, when I'm expecting it to be the price. Okay? So clearly there's something wrong. Not getting the output values I'm expecting. What do you do now? Well, I would divide the problem in two and divide the code in two. And I'd put debug prints to the log up here and down here. And I would make them relevant to the processing that's happening inside the code here. So maybe here, if I need to iterate through a bunch of values in order to build an average, an average is a bunch of values summed up and then divided by the number, the count. So if I know I'm looping through something here, maybe I will add a print statement up here saying something like, top, and then I will add a print statement down here at the bottom. And then I will add which iteration of the loop I'm going through. So I'll print out, if my counter is something like int I equals 0, and then I'm incrementing that in some kind of for loop, I'll print out the I, or the index that I'm iterating through, and then maybe I'll print out the value as well. And then maybe down here, I will be printing out what the sum I have summed up is, and maybe what the count is. I'll print those out there. And then once I run that, I will go through and look at the log of all of these print statements that I put in. And I'll see my top and I'll see my bottom. You know, it'll say top up here. It'll say bottom down here. And then I'll see something in between here, which is going to be these values and this sum. And I'm going to see, as I read through the log, oh, my sum is not incrementing as I loop through. Why not? Oh, maybe I had a typo and I wasn't actually adding. Maybe for my int sum, I started at 0, but then instead of sum plus equals some value, maybe I had a typo there and I was not correctly adding to the existing sum. So by the time it got to the bottom, it ended up outputting nothing or 0. But you can see how I'm methodically dividing the problem in half, putting print statements up here. Now, if you do this and you see, okay, the problem might be up in the top half, what do you do then? Well, you divide and conquer again. So then you take the top half of the code, you divide it in half, and you start printing out. I'm sure I've shared this before, but a mentor when I was in college and working my first engineering internship said, when in doubt, print stuff out. And that still holds true to today. I think also this is actually a pretty good segue of text editor versus Visual Studio. This is actually quite a big topic. You guys will notice that on a lot of the coding streams and on a lot of the stuff, I will be using Vim. I don't use Visual Studio for these types of coding streams and these types of sessions. And there's a good reason why. I think that it unnecessarily complicates what we're trying to focus on here. Ultimately, the code we're building can be built in a text editor and then sent to the remote compiler for Sierra chart, which is a really nice feature, by the way. And you can remote compile your code without even having any syntax help, without having IntelliSense or whatever Microsoft calls it, without having all the bells and whistles and add-ons you can do in Visual Studio. Visual Studio is a huge, powerful IDE. You know, this is called an IDE, which I think stands for Integrated Development Environment. Doesn't matter. You know, Vim, Notepad, or Notepad++ or whatever you guys are using, Sublime Text, there's a bunch of them. These at most have some kind of syntax highlighting, but like you can see here, my if statement here, or my keyword if is in a different color than, let's say, a variable name or some kind of function call. You know, you see you have some syntax highlighting here, but it's not like Vim is doing any sort of IntelliSense or error checking here. And that's how you actually learn, because you do something wrong, you try to compile it, and then you see that there's an error, and then you learn from it. If you're relying on Visual Studio and the IDE and the pre-compiler debugger and all that stuff, that's fine. And I do use Visual Studio for all of my professional development for Sierra chart. So when I'm building automated trading systems for clients, I am doing it in Visual Studio because there's a lot of complexity involved, and doing some of the more complicated stuff is significantly easier in Visual Studio, but ramping up to get set up in Visual Studio is not easy. And if you're watching this and trying to get started, you're going to have a lot more success and more likely to follow through with continuing your development and coding journey, especially if you're starting out, using something that's more accessible, like Notepad, which everybody has on their computer. Everybody can go on the internet and download Notepad++. It's free. Getting Visual Studio setup's a laborious process. It does have, you know, significantly more advanced debugging. You can debug during runtime using Visual Studio. In other words, I can have Sierra chart running. I can have Sierra chart running my my custom study in Sierra Chart have Visual Studio open at the same time, and I can be inspecting variables and seeing what values are being calculated and stored at runtime and all sorts of fancy stuff. Most of you won't need all of that, and getting all that set up and configured is a very large hindrance, I think, for a lot of people starting their coding journey. So if you don't have Visual Studio set up, I would not worry. I would highly recommend you start with just the text editor and the remote compiler. Okay, let's see. I completely got off. The main question was debugging and troubleshooting, I guess. So you see what the divide and conquer, and then also, if you really want, you can start these more complex. Debugging. Okay, going back, RB said regarding what was this in regards? Oh, the line one. Okay, let's go back to this. Where was that line one? It was this guy, right? Yeah, this one. Okay, here we go. So okay, so this is the subgraph types. RB is showing, so who is this from? Who was this question from? Blinking lights. So blinking lights, when you're rewatching this, RB shared the solution here is this subgraph type, different subgraph types mentioned, basic studies question. If he's around, so here you got somebody offering to even assist. And for those of you who aren't members of the Sierra Chart community Discord, you're missing out on a bunch of free, awesome resources and people like RB. And he's, they're not the only ones. There's a bunch of people in here who are very helpful and knowledgeable and gracious with their time. So consider using those resources. Let's see. M. Bilyanov. You have a question? Okay, I'll queue that up. I think we were still on. Scroll up. Okay. This question. So if I'm adding messages to the log, and catching knives is referring to the Sierra Chart log, which looks like this. This is what they're referring to, the message log. Okay. If I'm adding messages to the log, how and where is it stored? That's a good question. I believe, let me think about this. I haven't looked at that in a long time. I believe there might be some copy of this stored in some other permanent file storage location, but I believe it is cleared on restart. So it is in short term, it is just in RAM. There might be some kind of backup log where some of the logs get stored, but I believe it's just in RAM. So you lose it. It's not stored to disk. Again, I'm not sure. I can double check on this. Let me actually. How do I want to do this? I'm going to create a circle here and come back and find out the answer to this. That's a good question. Is the log file periodically emptied or deleted? Yeah. So if you restart Sierra, your log will be cleared. Also, there's this. Let me just show you. Edit. If you go open the message log, edit, clear log. And actually, I need to. I want to implement a hotkey for this because it's kind of useful. But if you clear the log, it will clear the log, and then these are mandatory logs that get re-added. You can actually see the timestamps updating, like this one's at 11:08:14, and then I clear the log, and then 11:08:26. So that is how you clear the log. Is it just growing somewhere on the hard drive? No, I don't believe so. But I will double check again. Okay, next question is, Is it possible to create a trading panel which can display some information like the spread, drawdown, P&L, or let the user control certain functionalities of the study, like inputting a variable into a user input box or a button being toggled off? Okay, so this is actually a pretty complex question, and I'm going to break it into a couple of different parts. So what is this still blinking lights? No, this is catching knives. This is catching knives asking this. So what you're referring to is, let's say you have a chart open like this, and then you're talking about building a study. So for example, if I take a screenshot of this to mock it up, you're talking about building a study that displays like a custom window, I guess, right here or wherever on your chart somewhere that would be able to display any information that you want. So the answer is yes, with an asterisk. Yes, it is possible. There are different ways to accomplish this with varying degrees of technical difficulty. And also, I would like to divide the information between display information versus control information. Maybe arrows aren't the best. Display information versus control information, because those are two very different, programmatically, those are two very different tasks to accomplish. So with relative ease, and I think I even have tutorial videos out showing how to display stuff, you can print text to chart, to the chart here, pretty much displaying whatever you want. I mean, things like the spread, well, that's just data that you're getting from the Sierra chart data feed, right? The spread is going to be what? It's going to be the best ask minus the best bid, right? That's going to give you the spread. Spread is equal to, I'm just pseudo-coding it here, but you get the idea. Spread is going to be equal to the best ask minus the best bid. And so you could calculate that and then draw it to a position on your chart wherever you want. I'm using this location because this is where I usually put it for my clients. And you could do that with the spread. You could do that with P&L. There's a couple ways to do it with P&L. One of the ways is to access Sierra's Charts API gives you access to the trade activity log functions, some of them, and you can get the P&L from there. You could custom calculate it based on other data that you're harvesting and caching and then calculating on your own. If you want it directly from, like, if you're doing live executions, you can get order confirms back from the Sierra Chart API and then grab those values and keep a running P&L going and displayed here. I do this for a lot of clients. I just have a module built out that displays all of this for the automated trading systems. So yes, all of that is fairly low level lift to do to display. Let's talk about the control part now. So now we're getting into a different set of demands. Control means that you want some interaction, obviously. So you want to input a variable into a user input box. So then the next question becomes, do you want the user input box to be right here rather than inside the studies window? Like this, let's say I don't have a study here, but let's add moving average simple just for the sake of having it something on the chart to reference, right? So there's the study window. So I added a moving average, and here is the studies window for it. And look, it has two inputs inside of the studies window. So when you're saying lets the user control certain functionalities of the study, like inputting a variable into the user input box, do you mean this one, this user input box, or do you mean a custom one that is sitting on the screen right here and it draws an actual text box right there and displays it there and allows the user to click into it? Those are two very, very different levels of difficulty of implementation and paths of coding. So let's do the easier path first, which is have a way to somehow modify the values that are stored in here. You can do this via Axle. The API, the Sierra Chart API, does allow you to modify input values set on a study. You can read them, you can write them, you can overwrite them, and you can see if you have like a drop-down list with a bunch of different options, you can read what the different options are and take action based on which one is selected, etc. So that's the easier part. If you want something drawn on here, like a Windows form, then you're getting into significantly more complex C++ coding, because what you will need to do is basically tap into the Windows 32 API and build out a Windows form using legacy Windows API code. So not friendly Sierra Chart documentation. You're wandering off now into Windows development. Sierra lets you code in C++ and call external libraries. So if you want to call the Win32 API and build Win forms, so a Win form is a form that is or a window that's being displayed. They call them Win forms, but you could build this in code and render it in this spot, and then you would have to control everything that's going on here. If you want to draw a text box in there, you would have to code all of that in, including the coordinates of it, what kind of data is acceptable to be input into it, and just a slew of other things. The level of difficulty for implementing this is going to be significantly higher than the display piece and modifying existing inputs in here using some other method. So level of difficulty would be triple black diamond for you skiers and snowboarders out there if you want to do this way. Not impossible. I think I've seen a couple folks who build out indicators and stuff for sale do something like this. So it is possible. I haven't had a use case for it yet because I've found other ways to handle all this. Also, I'm a little concerned about the management of external forms, especially if you're calling it from the single threaded Sierra application. So is that the thread that's going to be managing this additional window? Or are you going to try to fork that off into its own thread? Are you going to handle that? Are you going to be doing the memory management for that? Are you going to be handling all the operating system level operations that need to be required for the, it's just a significantly more complex way to go about it. Let me scroll down and see if there were any questions while we were talking about this. Catching knives, okay. Oh, hey, to here. This, I think, is relevant to what we're talking about. Let me take a screenshot. To here. Posted this. Long time. Yes, it's been. Here's an example. I think I used one of your tutorials to create this. Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about for this thing, but without this custom text box, right? To here is displaying essentially. Let's break this down. There's a rectangle. Oh my goodness. There's a rectangle that he drew right here, and then he colored it this color. And then within the confines of that rectangle, he has printed several different pieces of data. And if we zoom in really close, you can see there's some P&L data, there's counts of number of trades, total number of trades. We got, win percentages, and then we got, there's a free advertising for you to hear. Who has been I'm okay with that because he's been listening in with us for a couple of years now. But anyways, so it looks like what he's doing here is that exact thing of just drawing a rectangle to give it some idea of encapsulation. So it's not just like floating text without any sort of boundaries, and then just writing the data that he wants. And it's just a matter of keeping track of that data and rendering it to the screen. So Catching Knives says you want the complex one. You want the complex one. Not anymore. Yeah, so if you want the complex one, get ready to open up an old book from the 90s and early 2000s on Windows 32, Win32 lib development, because you are going to need it, and get some ibuprofen because you're going to have some headaches. But it's doable. No, it's doable. You just have to be persistent and get through all the hurdles. It's doable. It depends on how complex you want it, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Okay. Let's keep going. Where were we? Scroll. Oh, speaking of which, actually, has anybody checked out the new trading panel? The new Sierra chart trading panel. So please go check that out. Yours truly built it, and its main purpose is to provide a way to flatten your position if your machine goes down and you only have your phone. So if you guys have ever used the old trading panel, you will see some of the styling is matching in the new one. But we also added a couple of other cool features, and you can find all that on the Sierra Chart website for the new trading panel. Okay. Number 3. Here we go. Yeah, can you show how to implement a time-based range filter? User that can input the start time and end time and only run study functionalities like scan for a trade signal when we are within the time boundaries. Sure. Okay. This is a pretty cool question and pretty relevant for a lot of people who are trying to build out some kind of either automation, maybe statistical data gathering. Like, what if you want to know how many ticks happened in the opening minute of the ES over the last month? I don't know why that would be useful, but let's say that's what you wanted to do. You would need something like this, a time-based range filter. So time, for most of us, is going forward. This is a conversation my 5-year-old loves to have with me. Why is time not going backwards? Time for most of us goes forward, and the idea is that you want a sliver of time, and you want to only execute your code in between here. I suppose I should probably use a rectangle and then fill it in, but you get the idea. You only want to run the study in here. Now, in order to understand this, we first have to zoom out and ask the question, how does Sierra Chart decide when to run my study? This is important in order to be able to accomplish this, and you can't really accomplish this without understanding this part first. Let me change this back to this style, the handwritten one. How does Sierra Chart decide when to run my study? So there's a couple of ways this happens. The first one is going to be something called the chart update interval. Let me see if I can find it. So I have a chart here. It's just a simple daily chart, but we can make an intraday. It doesn't matter what the time period is. But if I hit F5 or if I go to chart settings, and then inside chart settings, it's going to open up this nice new, this is the new Sierra Chart settings window design, which is a significant improvement over the old ones. The old ones were using WinForms. These are made 100% from scratch. 100% from scratch. This was all coded from scratch. It is significantly more performant than the old ones, which were using Windows libraries and pre-built WinForms, which are quote unquote heavy. Keep going off on these tangents. What are we looking for? Oh, chart update interval. Right. So we will come over here. Let me just write the word update in this search box. You see that search box up there? Minimum chart update interval in milliseconds for Axle update always. and this one down here, chart update interval in milliseconds. So I'm going to click this bottom one first. Okay, we're going to get to the axle one in a second, but I'm going to do this bottom one first. So this one, chart update interval in milliseconds, is on what tab? It's on the display tab. You see that little asterisk right there? That means that's the tab we're on. You can switch tabs and you'll have different settings. We're going to go to the display tab, chart update and interval in milliseconds. If you have it set to 0, it uses the global value. Where's the global value? It's probably in global settings somewhere over here, and you guys can go find that. What is my global one set at? Graphics, is it under, no, it's under general, isn't it? Hold on a second. Let's bring my global window over. Update interval in milliseconds. So this is the chart specific settings. This is the global specific settings. And I have my global set to 50 milliseconds. Okay, this is in milliseconds. So what does that mean? That means that inside Sierra chart, inside this chart, let me close this, inside this chart, encapsulated, is the internal Sierra chart code. And my global is set to 50 milliseconds. And there's a timer that's running in the background in this chart. So if you have multiple charts, that's going to have multiple independent chart-specific timers. And every time that timer comes down and has 50 milliseconds has elapsed, it's going to do a refresh. It's going to run through re-rendering the drawings on your chart. It's going to run through and do the axle studies on your chart. And by do them, I mean process them and run the code that you had in your studies. So if you have an SMA, or if you have a custom axle study that you built or that you got from someone else, that is the rate that is going to control that. The second thing you can do is, what is it called? Update always. This is a flag that you can set inside of your code. Actually, before we get to this, so you can change this and make it less or more. So if you feel like, if you have a chart that you feel like is not needed to be updated all the time, maybe you want to set that specific chart interval to 1,000 milliseconds or 1 second, because you're not looking at it every second. The more lower the number is for the chart update interval, the more your computer is using resources to process everything that's on that chart. So if you have a chart that you don't look at a lot, but you have a super low refresh or update interval on it, you are unnecessarily burning resources. It's basically the equivalent to having a performance car at a stoplight and revving the engine instead of idling at the stoplight waiting for it to turn green, and you're just revving the motor and just wasting gas for no reason because you're not going anywhere and you're at a red light. And so if you're not looking at the chart, do you really need it to be refreshing every 50 milliseconds? Probably not. So a lot of my charts, not this one that I just spun up in this empty chart book and it had the defaults, but a lot of my charts I custom set each chart update interval. Is this going to make you a better trader? Is this the holy grail? No. It's not going to all of a sudden make you profitable. It is going to reduce the load on your machine so that you have less lag when you're switching charts or doing other stuff. Okay. Okay, so how does Sierra Chart decide when to run my study? So it basically has this timer, it goes through the loop. If you have this flag called update always, and you can check out the docs for this on your own time, but if you have this flag set to true, then in your code, in your study, you're basically telling Sierra Chart to, as much as possible, as frequently as possible, try to refresh and rerun and re-render the things on the chart. So if I have a study and update always is on, Sierra Chart is going to try to run through that study basically on every tick. And if the ticks are coming in slower, or if it's like aftermarket and the market's even closed, it's going to try to run it as frequently as it possibly can. And then there was this setting in here, something about axle update. minimum chart update interval for axle. So what this is, I think this is one of the newer settings that were introduced. So this is controlling that I do not want it to run any slower than every 300 milliseconds. So basically, try to do it at least 3 to 4 times a second at the slowest is what that is saying. Okay, so back to the actual question. For this situation, let me move all this over. We needed to know about that in order to accomplish this. And the reason why is because Sierra Chart is going to be running your study here. It's going to be running your study here. It's going to be running your study inside the desired window of time that you have expressed. It's going to be running it here and here. So the question is how do you implement a filter that would prevent you from running it before your desired time, and then also allow you to run it within your desired. This is our desired time interval, and then these are the undesirables over here and here. The way I think about this is I break it down. It sounds like we have a start time. And what is the data type of this? It's going to be an SC date time, right? We're going to have an SC date time start time. We're going to have an SC date time end time. One of the questions that comes up as I'm thinking about this is this has the word date in it. Is the time interval that you're seeking spanning more than a single day? Could it be that we need to not only specify the start time, but the start date and time? So if you have higher time frame work that you're trying to develop for, and maybe you need a period of a week or something that you need to filter out or filter in. And so maybe it's better to name these not start time, but start date time, and then end date time. Okay. At this point, I think I'm going to pull open the docs because I definitely do not remember any of this from memory. So let's go to the docs, documentation, and I also think it's good for everybody to see me struggle find the axle documentation. Okay, couldn't find it. Let's just go to table of contents, search for axle. There it is. Being able to peruse the documentation and find what you need is like a skill of its own. So let's do a search for date time in here. And actually, this is a good point. I notice how I'm not doing this from memory. Like I don't have the answers to everything already sitting here. It's not like I've memorized. And the reason I'm saying this is because you who are listening are probably starting out or trying to learn how to code or whatever, wherever you are. You probably won't know all the stuff that's in here. And I've read through a lot of this a million times. I don't remember it. And it's okay to go and look it up. Like, it's okay. You can use the documentation and go look it up. I still reference the most basic stuff, like how to print to the log. I forget how to, and then I have to go look it up. Like, it's fine. Use the documentation. That's what it's there for. No shame in looking up stuff. So you see down here, I just did a search for date time on the Axle doc page, working with SC datetime variables and values. And here's a page dedicated to it. SC datetime variables, SC datetime member functions. So the SC datetime is a custom data type that is invented for Axle development, and it's basically a glorified date timestamp object, and it has all of these functions that you can call on it. So let's take a look. We want to be setting the date and the time. So if we had, and there's also the input piece of this, because I think the question asked, how do you use from an input like in the settings window of a study, and get that to actually filter on the study itself. So I see a couple of date time setting functions here. So we're probably going to be somewhere in this region. So I'm just going to click on this, and you can see the general format. Set date, and then you provide a date. Set date time, you provide a time. And then look at this one. Look at the example that they have here on this example code. Set date time is based off of input stop time.get time. So it looks like this example code that they've provided here is actually doing part of what the actual question was, original question was by blinking, or I forgot who asked the question, but catching knives. But it looks like they're referencing an input here. So I'm going to pause there, duplicate this tab, and come over back up to the top here. And let's go back to the menu before that. And here's input array. And then I'm going to do the same thing here, date, time. And I'm going to search for how to make an input on a study set as SC date time. I'm going to click on this. And let's read. This function adds an input to the study settings window for the study and sets the initial value. So that sounds exactly like what we're trying to accomplish. The initial value is the SC datetime variable. Okay, so you would basically specify an input. Oh, that's a different one. Sorry. You'd specify an input.
Mitä te olette mummin kanssa tehneet?
Say again. I'm gonna mute that guy. Okay. I think that was just a hot mic. Okay. So yeah, we would grab our input variables, and then we just call this function on it. And it looks like there's another sub function here that can be used to actually specify hard-coded. If you wanted the default to be like 8:30 in the morning, you could pass the set time function this HMS time function, which is probably hours, minutes, seconds time conversion, and then pass in hard-coded stuff to set a default for the study window that's going to open. So let's turn this into actual code. Oh, you gotta go? Oh man, okay. I'll do this one quickly. I have a coding stream file from here. This is from long ago. Let's just quickly say August 16, 2024, and we'll just say coding stream August 2024, and then let's go ahead and just delete most of everything in here. So we just have a bare bones, and then I'll save it as coding stream 2024 0816.cpp, and now that is there. So this is our stub of a custom study file. And if you are not familiar with this, there's a couple of videos on the channel that walk you through slowly what each of these lines means, and you can use that to kind of get up to speed. Pause this and go watch that. Let's give it a different name. We'll call it just coding stream August 2024. That's what's going to actually display inside the chart window, like up here, I believe, is going to be what you set this to, and then this is what's going to be in the custom study file list when you load the different custom studies that you want to load. So the first thing we want to do is specify some inputs. So specify inputs. And we want to have an SC input reference. And I like to name my inputs with I underscore because I'm getting older and it's easier to see. So I input start date time. is equal to sc dot input 0, and let's do end date time as sc input dot 1. Now, with those specified right there, like that, they actually won't show up in your custom studies list. Sorry, in your input settings list. You actually need to, inside of the set defaults code block, provide them some more information, like their name to display. In other words, what's going to be displayed on this side of the settings window, and then also the initial value, which is going to be displayed here. So let's go ahead and do that. So provide defaults for inputs. And we're going to start with start date dot name is equal to start date. And let's do end date is going to be called end date. And then let's pull up our documentation. So I like this set time because you asked about a time filter. So sc input set time, and then we can pass HMS time as well through there. So let's try to do that. So let's set a default time for start time. So I got my documentation open here, right? And then I got my text editor here, no fancy Visual Studio. And I'm just going to say, okay, start date dot set time, and then HMS time. And should we do 9:30? Cache open. Let's do 9:30. And then for end date time, set time, HMS time, let's do end of day. Now, if I compile this right now and I open it, we will see these two input settings in this study, but they aren't actually doing anything other than having their defaults and name set. But you know what? Let's do it anyways. This is saved. Chart, analysis menu, build custom studies. And we need to open this. Here's my build custom studies, and I need to select a different file because we're working on coding stream, So I'm going to select this file, and then I'm going to go to the build menu, and I'm going to click the first one, remote build. And if you don't have anything on this, I haven't clicked it yet. If you don't have anything on this Visual C++ path on your end, that's okay. You can use the remote builder without anything else, just a text editor like I have here, and this remote builder. So it's a great feature. Whoa. Really? Interesting. Remote compiling on version 2668 is not supported. So I was doing some troubleshooting yesterday with some of the other engineers, and we had to update to the latest pre-release to test some of these features, and it looks like that does not support remote compiling. That is going to make this coding stream way more difficult, so I may need to update or I may need to downgrade my version back down to 267, which is the latest stable release. I'm surprised that this actually happened. I will need to reach out to the team afterwards. Okay. Well, that does put a hamper in it, doesn't it? Let's move this down here for now, and then I will pseudocode the rest. So if we did this, and then the user came in and then later modified this, or even used the default times of 9:30 and end date of 4 p.m. or 1600, how could you use those to actually filter? Remember, the whole point of this was to filter the study so that it only runs inside this accepted time, not on the outsides of the time. So one of the questions that so we have the start time, we have the end time, but don't we also need to know what time it is right now? And the answer is yes, we do need to know what time it is right now. Let's go back to our documentation and find out how to determine what time it is right now. I'm going to go back to the top of the documentation, and I'm going to search for the word current. Actually, I don't think it's part of the datetime object. Now that I remember, I think it's actually in this functions set of documentation. Current date time. Yeah, there it is. Get current date time. So I'm going to click this, and we have a description here. So let's just quickly. This returns the SC datetime object, which a variable, which is what we need, which indicates what the current date time is in the time zone that the chart is being, or that the study is in the chart. So it's really specific to this instance of a chart. If you have 100 other charts, well, first of all, that's a lot of charts. If you have other charts with other time zones, this is not going to be referencing those time zones. It's only going to be referencing the source chart. So I would use this function to get what now is. Maybe you don't want to use now. Maybe you want to use some other time, but let's pretend that we want to know what time it is now, because we're going to be running this live or on the replay backtester within Sierra Chart, the simulated replay. So get current date time, okay? And look at this function. It receives nothing in arguments, and it returns us an SC datetime object in response. So what we need to do is create an SC datetime, and I like to call this variable just now. And it's going to be equal to sc dot, what is the name of the function? Get current date time. Get current date time. So in the code side, sc date time now. This is the data type of the object. This is the variable name. Now, this could be called apple, banana. And I spelled apple like the stock instead of like the fruit. Apple, banana. You can make this whatever you want because it's the variable name. Well, not whatever you want, but within reason, you can make it reflect whatever you need. I'm going to choose to call it now is equal to sc dot get datetime, or get current datetime. Corey. Hey, Corey. No remote build on pre-releases. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's news to me. I feel like I was able to do it before, but it's been a busy last couple of months. So sounds like that is a new thing where you can't use the pre-release. So next time I'll be prepared with the standard release. So now we have now. So now we need to compare now versus start or end time. In other words, is now before start time? Is one question. Is now after start time, but before, or not but and before end time? Or is now after start and end time? Or other words, is now after the end time? So these three questions we're going to turn into conditionals and evaluate them based on the now variable, which we are going to be getting at the top of every single run. And remember, Sierra Chart's going to run this every chart update interval. So for this chart that I had here, every 50 milliseconds, it's going to run through this and say, hey, is it now? Is now before start? Is now after start and before end? Is now after end? Where are we, basically? Where are we? Where are we? And it's going to keep asking, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? In time. So one of the cool things about these datetime objects, where's my datetime? Here it is. This is the datetime thing, is you can actually compare SC datetime objects against one another using operators like this, but I think there's actually other ways. Okay, take a look at this sentence right here. This is really neat. Like, this is really, really cool that they did this. You don't have to implement all the tough stuff for comparing dates, times down to millisecond granularity, because it's built into the SC datetime variable object. So the following operators are supported: equals, plus equals, greater than, less than, greater than, equal than. What does that mean? That means if I have two datetime objects, for example, now and start date time, I don't need to do a bunch of fancy magic. I can use these operators to compare them. Like, that's such a shortcut. Like, that's such a useful thing that they've added. So I could literally say something like, oh, where's my code? Over here. If now is less than, and where's our start date time? It's right there. Oh, but we don't have the date time object from there yet. We only have the input object. You see how it says I start date time and I end date time? We actually need to pull the date time object value from these inputs in order to use the comparison operator that I wanted to use right here. So let me actually comment this out for a second, and let's go and find in the documentation how to pull out from a time or date time input type, how to pull out the date time object. And I'm guessing it's going to be something like get time rather than set time. So let's go back over here, and here's get time. That gives us an integer, so no, that's not the one we want. Aha, look at this one. Input get date time. This function takes no arguments and returns an SC datetime object. Returns an SC datetime value from a study input that was set with set datetime function. Perfect. So let's here say get start time, and we can say SC datetime start datetime is equal to, and then where's my input variable? I start dt, I start dt dot, and then what's the function we're calling on that input variable? Well, it's get date time, which is going to return to us an SC datetime object, which we're going to use in comparison. So get date time. Okay. Now I want to do the same exact thing for end. Get start date time from the input, get end date time from the input, and then instead of this saying start DT, I want end DT, and then instead of referencing the start date time input up here, let me highlight these so you can see them all highlighted. We don't want that one, we want this one, end DT input. I underscore end DT is the input we want to use. So let's go ahead and get rid of that and end DT.getTime. So now we have three SC datetime variables, one for whatever right now is in reference to when Sierra is running the script every 50 milliseconds, 1,000 milliseconds, whatever the update interval you have set. And we have the start datetime and end datetime objects, which are converted from the values that we set in the inputs that we hard-coded defaults of 9:30 and 4 p.m., which can be modified by the user. Okay? Is everybody still following me? I know we got a bunch of people in here. Is everybody following me so far, or is this going too fast? Or am I going too slow? I feel like everybody's just dazed right now in the chat. If you're following me and I'm going okay, give me a thumbs up or something. I drink some coffee. Awesome. Okay. Payman is doing the best he can. Yeah. Now we're ready to use those operators. Remember these guys over here? These operators, we can now use them when we have SC datetime variables. So I can compare this now variable against this start variable. I can compare now versus end. I can compare start versus end. So if you wanted to actually do error checking, of some sort. You could say something like, if start time is after the end time, then display an error to user. You know, you could do something like that if you wanted to. But the one that we wanted to do is now before the start time. So what's my start time called? It's called start DT. Is now before start time? If so, what did we want to do? Well, we did not want to process, right? We want to just abort. We want to bomb out. So that's what we're going to do. Bomb out. Actually, let's be less violent. Abort. Somebody's going to take that the wrong way. Exit early. And then we just return from the study function. Okay, so by providing this return statement, we're telling the code, the code that we don't want to execute anything below this line if we get into this code path, and we want to go ahead and get out. So, let's do the example. So let's say now is this morning at 8 a.m. Is 8 a.m. less than the start date time of 9:30? So is 8 a.m. before 9:30? Obviously, yes. Therefore, what do? We bomb out. So that happens here. 50 milliseconds later, we run the code again. Now it's 8 a.m. and 50 milliseconds. Is 8 a.m. and 50 milliseconds before the start time? Oh, it is. Okay, bomb out. Okay, now I run it again. Now it's 8:01 a.m. Is 8:01 a.m. before 9:30? Well, yeah, it still is. And so we're just going to bomb out, bomb out, bomb out, bomb out. Okay. Now, let's do the same thing for the end. You'll notice I skipped this one, and I did that on purpose. I'm going to put it on bottom here. Is now after the end date time. Are we at this point? Because if we are, we want to exit because we're after our desired interval, our desired time period interval. So now if we're before this start time, we bomb out. If we pass that, meaning that we are not before, meaning we are now either at the start time or afterwards, we evaluate this. Are we after the end date time? So if we're here or late, or rather here or later, we will bomb out. So now what is the only time that your study in any code, your study down here, doing whatever it is you want, when are we going to get that? Well, we're only going to get to this code. This code is only reachable now in here. That's it. This code is only reachable in here now. Because if you're before, you're going to bomb out here. If you're after, you're going to bomb out here. If you're inside, you're going to be right here. And we are not bombing out. Therefore, anything down here will get processed. Okay. Let's go ahead, and I think I'm going a little bit too slow, and I think we got a bunch of questions, so I might have to skip a couple of yours. Catching knives. Let's see what other. Actually, this is a really good one. Let me grab a couple of his and just go through the high yield ones that might be really applicable to everybody, and I'll try to go faster. What did I stop at? 7 there? 7, 8. Okay, 8. And then let me just load up a couple more. Dr. I Papier or Dre Papier. I actually don't know how to pronounce that. Has a question. Let's do that as well. Do that down here. I'm going to queue these all up right now. There's another one. Keep going. Let's just queue these all up. And KVAX has some questions too. Let's queue these up. Excellent. And just scrolling through this quick. M. Bilyanov had a question. I'm gonna grab it there and post it in here. And I'll try to go a little bit quicker here. Okay. Bikonoid had one. Let's grab this one. Here is one from Shuazhong. Still would like everyone to write in where they're listening in from, as I think that's really neat. Got one here from Draw, and it's cool to see everyone coming together from a bunch of different parts of the globe. Bayman, Ashton. Yes, Ashton. Hello, by the way. It will be recorded. Gotta pick up my son. Recorded. Yep, it'll be on YouTube. Insider. Corey talked about remote build. Ashton had a question. Let me grab this. Ashton is up here. Let me do that one. And then if there's time left, yep, I got that question queued up. Missing ending parentheses at line 20, was I? That's possible. Oh, good eye. So Z-Byte has the eagle eye. Boom. Missing end parentheses at line 20. So this is the kind of thing that remember we were talking about Visual Studio earlier, up here somewhere. Text editor versus Visual Studio. This is the kind of error that Visual Studio will usually catch for you right away, before you even try to compile. So you can see I have terminated this function call, this HMS time function call with this set of parentheses, but what's not terminated? Well, this set time function call is not being terminated with an end parenthesis. So that would be syntactically correct now. So thank you for that. Let's see, we got USA, we got London and Bulgaria. We got, I know there's another UKer in there. I think we got some Italy going on. Very cool. Yeah, it's cool to see where you guys are from. So definitely write in. Okay, let's blow through these questions real quick. What are code optimization tips and best practices? What are pitfalls coders should be aware of? How do you make code generally faster or more efficient? For example, auto loop and handling your own loops. I think I've gone on some auto loop rants, probably. Are you really VW or WV? Hit me up later. I'm curious. I am probably not far from you. WVS1. DM me where you're at. So auto loop. Auto loop is a feature that Sierra offers beginner developers to assist in, how do I describe it? It's kind of like an assist in making sure you're looking back to gather enough data in order to calculate stuff that you're referencing inside of your study. So it's kind of like this smart helper that I do not like to use. So for 100% of all of my code, I am usually having auto loop off, which, if I'm not mistaken, it is off by default. Somebody correct me in the comments. I don't even remember anymore, but I believe it's defaulted to off. You have to explicitly turn it on. It can be turned on and off by setting something like sc.autoloop, I believe, equals 1 or sc.autoloop equals 0. I think you can also use true or false, but yeah, 1 would turn it on, 0 would turn it off, right? And the reason that I prefer to have it at 0 is because then I maintain full responsibility and control over the CPU cycles and the processing that my study is going to go through. If auto loop is turned on, you are handing away the keys to your car. You are handing away the keys to your study. And you're letting Sierra decide, based on other factors, what amount of data it should loop over and bring into the processing cycle in order to accomplish your end goal in the study that you're writing. Why would this be potentially undesirable? Well, because what if it does it wrong? What if it miscalculates what you're trying to do? Or what if it miscalculates there's 2 directions it could miscalculate. It could bring in too little data. In other words, you're looping over not enough data. That's one option that auto loop could do for you. In other words, let's say, remember that SMA example we had earlier? And so you need to, let's say it's a 10 period SMA, just to make it easy. So you have 10 bars that you would need to iterate over and then sum up all the values and then spit out a value. Well, if auto loops on to set to 1 or true, for something as simple as an SMA, it'll probably go back and start calculating it. But not necessarily. It's not guaranteed. So what if it only goes back 5 bars and starts summing 5 bars ago? You wouldn't know if you had auto loop turned on. The other way, so too little data or looping is one option. And then with auto loop turned on, and then the other option is too much or too many loops. So this is probably the more common of the 2 that I see. People have auto loop on. And then what happens? I get the question of, why is my study running so low? Is what the question is. And the reason is because your study has auto loop turned on and it's trying to anticipate what data you need, and it is basically going through some kind of recursion trying to gather data and might be doing it too many times. In other words, unnecessarily eating up CPU cycles, processing information that didn't need to get processed because you did not control the looping cycle on your own. Does that make sense? So if you are building, so just for an example, if you're building a 10 period SMA study, you can turn auto loop to off and explicitly say in pseudocode here, loop over the last 10 bars. Why? Because even if this is the dynamic variable that's in the input settings, you can still get the value of this at runtime and find out how many bars you would need to loop over. And so you can turn auto loop off, explicitly detect the amount of data or bars you need to loop over, and explicitly loop over them. And then you don't have this problem of having too little or too much. So that's one optimization. What would be another? One of the most common things that I see people writing in for help about has to do with drawing using Axle. And a lot of people are adding chart drawings, which, let me go back to here, go to the top, drawing. Oh, it's going to be in a different, it's going to be drawing tools. No, where was, yeah, drawing tools. No, Axle drawing tools is what I wanted. Yeah, here you go. So this page using drawing tools from an advanced custom study has a bunch of documentation on programmatically adding or removing or modifying chart drawings. Uses all the time for clients in so many different ways. But it looks like even added up here was this preventing more than one chart drawing per chart or more drawings than intended. And this more drawings than intended is actually what's the thing that's causing people to write in saying, I added axle drawings, but my study runs slow or is very, very laggy. And so after a little bit of debug or troubleshooting, and remember, when in doubt, print it out, what we find is that their study is probably on auto loop, probably looping too much, and drawing a bunch of drawings over and over and over again when it didn't need to be redrawn over and over and over again. And so the biggest setting that I see being missed is this one right here. You see this use tool add method? Let's click into that. And there's a bunch of documentation here. But the TLDR is, for most people, is that, oh, it's defaulted now to this. Okay, that might be newer because I don't think it used to be defaulted to add or adjust. But basically, this flag, if you have it to add always, every single time your chart runs your axle study, it would add the chart drawing. So every 50 milliseconds or whatever your update interval is, it's going to be boom, 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 adding always. This one's going to only add it if that chart drawing doesn't exist. But in order to do that, you'd have to have the property of line number sent, which is essentially an identification number. Think of it like like an ID number, a library number, or social number, social security number, some kind of identification number for that drawing. So this would only add it if it was net new. This is the one that I end up using probably the most. There's specific cases when you would use these, but this is probably the most common use case, which is if I have a drawing, or let me start with the situation of I don't have a drawing. If I don't have a drawing on the chart, it will add it. If 10 or 50 milliseconds later, my study runs again, and that drawing exists, I will be able to identify it by the line number. And instead of adding it a second time and drawing a second copy of the same chart drawing, it will adjust it if necessary. So let's say, remember that example that Tahir showed up here of this thing? So like if, I don't know if he's using chart drawings to accomplish this. There's a drawing tool called text or static text that you can use to print text to the chart, and that might be what he's using here, but it doesn't matter. Let's pretend he is. He doesn't want this being printed over and drawn over copies of this over and over and over. He wants these listed once, and then he will update the values in here as needed. You know, if total trades is 538 and then another trade got taken, he doesn't need to every 10 milliseconds or 50 milliseconds redraw the entire piece of text here and make copies of it. He just needs to update it, and that is what that setting allows you to accomplish. What other pitfalls? Really common pitfalls. I will try to think of some more. Maybe that probably is its own video. I could probably just have a whole session just on common pitfalls. Could also have common pitfalls for not only coders but traders. And maybe this is a good time to go into that tangent, because some of the stuff I see people like investing their time into checking out. I don't know what it is about Heiken Ashi bars or the zigzag indicator or some of these other really flashy popular things, but some of you guys are coming in with like, this is the holy grail. This is going to solve all my problems in trading. If I just implement Heiken Ashi bars with zigzag, I'm going to be profitable. The number of daily messages I get regarding these is so much that I have to actually say something about it. Just so viewers are aware, the zigzag indicator repaints. Okay, zigzag indicator repaints. So if you're looking at zigzag numbers or lines or whatever, which is identifying highs and lows for you, and it has numbers at each of these, that gets repainted. So when you're looking at it at the end of the day and it's all nice and neat and orderly, that's one thing. But have you ever watched it live? Have you ever traded off of just it live? Because it will repaint after the fact, because that's the nature of it. And I feel like a lot of the folks contacting me about this aren't aware that this is going back and repainting the numbers here after the fact. So using this in live trading makes little to no sense. Dramatic pause. Other tips and best practices. Can you go about performance measuring? So yeah, I'll quickly talk about this. There's so I built my own set of tools for performance measuring. There is a C++ library. I can't remember what the name of it is. I'll find it and post it. But it's like an open source library for using. Gosh, what is the name of it? It has like high granularity microsecond level timer functions that are exposed, and it's one of the most popular ones out there. So it's not some secret sauce. You can find it on GitHub, and all the code is publicly available. So basically, I took that library of basically microsecond timers that somebody had worked out all the kinks and bugs of, and I just put a wrapper around it. In other words, I wrote code around it to use just the functionality that I needed. And then I basically made my own stopwatch inside of code. So if I need to track down performance issues, and my if in doubt print it out method didn't work, the simple divide and conquer, and I need to somehow track and benchmark performance, I use that stopwatch mechanism that I built out over this library that's publicly available. I'll post the link later when I find it. So I use that to profile my code. So just microsecond timers and really, really simple stuff. Do you think it's feasible to build a trading system which revolves around execution speed, identifying a signal and like an imbalance, and quickly entering a trade after HFTs but before manual retail traders? I think this is a really interesting. I think this is a very interesting question. How do I want to respond to this? I think that, so the reason that, so I was an engineer on a fund that ran a fairly non-high frequency automated trading system that we ended up taking down, what was it, 2015, 2016. And the reason was because we were no longer able to compete at the time frame in terms of execution speed anymore. So HFTs that have next door access plugged directly in, yeah, they're going to be faster than you. There's no doubt about it. You with your retail connection, there's no way you're obviously going to beat these billions of dollars that have been poured into infrastructure to be able to beat you to it. So yeah, you're not going to compete on that time frame. So, but before manual traders, yeah, I mean, manual retail traders are probably slower than professional floor traders, and definitely over any algos or automated systems that are running, looking to trade at the millisecond or faster level. Yes. So do you think you could build a trading system in Sierra that could revolve around execution speed? Absolutely. Yeah, I built a couple of these for various clients who speed and execution time is the number one priority. That's the urgency of getting the trade entered after the signal is processed is the number one priority for them. They have very few other priorities other than being as quick as possible to get the order entered. Because it surrounds usually news event catalysts. That being said, I think there's a couple factors to take into mind. One, instrument. What high speed is also relative to what instrument. The ES trades different than corn. NVIDIA has a different pace than Coca-Cola, I don't know, Berkshire Hathaway stock. You know, they have different paces, so it's really instrument specific. If we're talking about ES, which most of the people here probably are focused on ES or some kind of futures product, then yeah, you can still accomplish quite fast. It's not going to be HFT fast, but you can still accomplish quite fast. Where are your bottlenecks? Well, your bottlenecks are going to be first the signal, which is actually has several dependencies. It has dependencies on your incoming data feed. So if you have a low quality feed, that's going to be bottlenecking you. And then the time it takes to process the data and generate the signal. In other words, the rule set that you need to go through. And any other processing that you're doing. So like, for example, if in this time processing piece, you're also doing something like drawing, where was the drawing one? If you're drawing a bunch of axle drawings over and over and over, guess what? That's going to make your time processing part go even longer. So if your main concern is performance and speed and getting that execution submitted to the live market, then you really need to focus on making sure that A, you have really fast incoming data feed, B, you are spending the least amount of time processing and generating the signal, and then C, your submission of execution and your connection to the execution provider, whether that's through Sierra Chart or some external platform, is as fast as possible. That's basically what it comes down to. So do I think it's feasible? Yes. Yes, I do. I think the answer to this question is yes. It's just, it's not as simple as I'm going to build a system and it's going to be faster than retail traders, but not as fast as HFT is. No. You also have to take into consideration things that happen during execution time. For example, let's say you submit an order and it was rejected. What are you going to do? Are you going to immediately resubmit the order? Is that going to be considered too late for the urgent, time-sensitive signal that you're trying to execute? Are you going to just, if you got a reject for whatever reason, are you going to just say, okay, I'll skip this opportunity and focus on the next one? You know, which one of those or other paths are you going to go down? What if you have an execution, but you got a partial fill? What are you going to do? You wanted 10 contracts of micros and you only got one. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit and wait for the fill? Are you going to do a fill or kill order type? Are you more focused on getting your price or getting your execution? Maybe you need to consider other order types rather than limits in order to get your fill. What are you going to do if price partially fills you and then moves away very, very strongly against you? Are you going to take that partial fill all the way back to your risk spot? You know, so there's a lot of stuff in here. It's not just as simple as building out a trading system, you know, with a couple of buy-sell orders in Axel and then saying, hey, you know, this is going to be fast. What are you going to do when things hit the fan, when things don't go the right way? Because that's real life. So the most time that I spend with clients, guys, is discussion about what they want to do about the situations they did not even think about in these types of what if it's not the happy path. This is where most of my time goes, is problem solving and strategizing with clients to figure out how to accomplish their automated trading goals in the event that it doesn't go the way that they had in their mind when they first reached out to contact. That's very important. What hardware do you think is minimum to trade algorithmically? You know, I'd say C above for a basic system. If you are serious, then you're not going to be running it off of your home computer. You're going to have redundancy in the cloud with servers set up to, like, you're going to have a more built out infrastructure. But if you're at home doing it, yeah, you're going to use your home computer. So that's the reality of that. Is in your opinion, experience the minimum network speed and latency that is still tolerable for an algo trading system with speed and performance at its forefront? I think this depends on your geographic location and what you have available. When you are in the rural areas, you may not have the high speed, whatever internet service that you want, or it might not be reliable. If you don't, then I would suggest not running automated trading systems from your home machine. That's the situation where you definitely, if you're serious about it and you're going to put live money behind it, then you should be serious about it. You would get, like a VPS, exactly, a system in the cloud that you could use as a server to execute off of, and then hopefully it's in a data center that has things like power redundancy, internet redundancy, and like fault tolerances and monitoring of things like speed and temperatures of the systems and all that. Like, you don't want to have to deal with that when you're dealing with automated trading. You just want it to function. So if you're actually putting live money behind it and you're for real and you want to do this, probably don't be doing it from your own home computer. Get a dedicated server and get it set up. And I think there's actually a couple guys in this Seer Charts community Discord who help with setting that up. And I'm sure if you ask, someone will point you to the correct direction. How can it be optimized? Can I target servers could connect to? So you do. This is an interesting question. So there's a bunch of infrastructure upgrades happening right now. We are upgrading not only servers, but network switches, and there is a very high throughput line now that's coming through, at least in the US, to connect even more servers. And I believe that's going live either this week or next week. I don't know if you can actually, you might be able to target in your network settings. I don't want to open that up right now, but if you check inside the network settings inside Sierra Chart, like up in here, and global settings and advanced service or server settings in here, check in there to see if there's any other servers you can connect to. I'm not sure you have that control here. I know we do on the back end, but I'm not sure if you guys have control over that. Should I consider VPS server aimed at trades, which is physically located really close to the CME? If you're getting a cloud service, don't put it in. If you're getting a cloud service and you're trading stocks on the New York Stock Exchange, don't put your cloud service in Australia. Why? Because you don't want to have to hop over the ocean in order to get data, and then back to your Australia machine, and then back to New York. Like, that's just unnecessary communication. So yes, preferably somewhat proximal to the physical service that you are. But if you have like a data center in, I don't know, Ohio, and you're trying to execute to Chicago, that's fine. That's fine. If you have a data center in Virginia and you're executing to New York, yes, you're fine. That's fine. That's within a reasonable amount. I would not be trying to do high frequency type of trading automated with a server located in London that's trying to talk to and submit orders to Chicago. That wouldn't make sense. Okay, Drape Pierre. I have a problem with my script. The code asks for very trivial things. Number of limit orders at a price level. I have a loop that queries the 40 price levels on the ask and bid side. If 10 orders are added on a specific price level, then I draw a dot. If 20 are added, I add a star. I see in the message log that it queries the data 3 to 4 times a second, but I also see it doesn't perform with the drawings correctly, even if the data is correct. So it says this, the ask side changed 11, but the point is not drawn, then it draws it at other times. However, I have several of questions. Could it be my performance is too slow and it can't perform the calculations? Is there a function with which I can speed up the query frequency? So this actually, you have it here. The update interval is one piece, so that's one thing you're going to want to watch. Make sure that is very, but also There is a form of throttling. I'm trying to remember how this works exactly. If your data feed is ingesting and consuming data, hold on a second. Let me think of how this works. If your data feed is, the instrument that you're subscribed to market data for is ingesting data at a pace that is quicker than what the update interval is, it will start to skip on some of the ticks in order to not overload Sierra chart. How do I explain that again? Sierra chart will try to make your machine not freeze if you are trying to do something on every single tick, but the data is coming in faster than that. It'll start to skip ticks automatically for you. So that, because otherwise you're just going to hang. Your application will hang and it'll probably crash because you're just going to be backlogged and end up using up all the available memory that was allocated for Sierra chart, and it'll just crash. So I'm trying to understand what the actual it queries the data 3 to 4 times within a second. So it sounds like your refresh rate is at somewhere around 250 milliseconds, right? Or 300 milliseconds. But it does not always perform the drawings correctly, even if the data is correct. Might have to revisit that. Maybe you can post some more information about what this part means. What does not drawing correctly mean? What was expected? What you actually got? And then post that. And there's a bunch of people who will see it and chime in. But I think you need to post what a expectation versus a reality is for what you're getting here in order to further. Can I speed up the frequency? Yeah, you can set you can set update always to on, which we talked about earlier in the video. Isn't that related to tick by tick data? Hold on a second. ZByte has a question that's related to this. Is that related to tick by tick data and tick scaling? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. If you have compression turned on, that could also be like some of your data feed. Like it also depends on what data feed. You get some guys who are coming in and they're like, I'm getting my data feed from Interactive Brokers or from Rhythmic, and it's just not. It's slow or it's got errors, and it's like, well, yeah, those are subpar quality data feeds, and also, have you seen the Denali feed? Because it is freaking fantastic. It is super fast and very high quality. So if you're not on Denali, look in the mirror. Figure out why. So I'll create a drawing once per bar if I create a drawing on the bar, but not the last two. So price levels are a function. I create an infinite number of drawings on independent of the bar or close. You definitely don't want to create an infinite number of drawings because you'll hang Sierra. What is the smallest data unit in SC? So the smallest data unit would depend on the on what type of value you're talking about. So on the y-axis, it's usually price values. So that would depend on what the minimum increment size is for an instrument. So for example, if you're talking about the ES, minimum increment is what? A tick, which is 0.25 in price value. But if you're talking, let me try to think of one. What's one that has, I think that like New Zealand dollar has a tick. I don't remember what the ticker is, but I think it has like a minimum tick size, whatever the New Zealand dollar is, if somebody remembers. I'm just going to put NZ, but that's not the actual ticker. It has a minimum tick size of 0.001 or 0.0001. I don't remember which one. So when you ask what is the minimum data unit, it would be the tick size in short. So it's called tick size, which you can also reference via Axel using sc.tick_size to get that exact value for the instrument that's loaded on your chart. So if you print out what sc.tick_size is, if you're on the ES, it's going to print out the 0.25. And if you're on the New Zealand dollar, then it's going to print out 0.001 or whatever the value is, whatever the minimum tick size is. In terms of the x-axis, so that was the y-axis. In terms of the x-axis, here we have time. In days, this is a daily chart. Here we have time. So if I change the bar interval from daily to a, let me remove 30-day default here and change it to, why can I not change that? What the heck? Why is this read only? What the heck? That's very strange. You guys see that? Why is that data limiting? Oh, because I'm on days. Geez. Okay, that's how you know I need to. Thank you, Gaspacho. Yeah, I need to switch. I can't change the number of intraday days I want to load while I'm still on the daily chart. So it's going to make me do something like if I type in 5M for 5 minute, it's going to make me load that, and then I'll hit this, and now I can change it to 3. Thank you. So now it'll be 3 days worth of 5-minute bars. So now my x-axis minimum interval is down to 5 minutes. But what if I want something like every tick? Well, then I would write 1t, which is going to load every tick. So what is the minimum x-axis? It's still time, but is it linear? No. It's sequential. It's just one event after another. So that the time becomes rather a property rather than dictating what the actual interval is. The thing that's dictating the interval is the next event happening, the next tick happening. So let me go back to 5 minutes so we're not staring at that. Corey says for subgraphs, Y is 1 tick, X is 1 bar. Depends on the draw style. Oh, let me just paste this because this is useful information here. So again, a shameless plug. You guys see there's guys here. You know, we had RB earlier, Ziggy. You got all the guys helping out and posting links. Corey here. There's a lot of resources in this Discord that are here and trying to work on complex problems and offering help very graciously for their time. So you know, don't say there isn't help out there, because there's a lot of guys who are coming in and helping out all the time, and you can see their names all over here. And that's really nice to have a community like this, and I don't think should be taken for granted. But Corey is saying that draw style and Y is 1 tick, X is 1 bar, and then what 1 bar means can change depending on the interval type that you have. Okay, so so there's that. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so we're on to CaveX. Actually, let me drink some coffee here. How are we doing, guys? Do we need a bathroom break, or are we still good? Coffee break? If you're still listening, write what instrument you're... I'm not going to say that out loud on the stream or YouTube's going to shut it down. Write what instrument you primarily focus on in the chat. I'm curious what you guys are trading. Is anybody else looking at stocks, ES, MES? ES? stocks. Looks like semiconductors and tech stocks. Some Bitcoin in there too, with Coinbase and MasterCard, I believe, is that one. So some equities. I got one equities person in here as well, other than myself. NQ, somebody wrote. Very cool. Okay. MES. Great. Okay, so CaveX is asking, I want to create an Excel study which pulls Denali data from the CME into an array. Well, I have good news for you. That is already done. That's exactly that is exactly what Sierra Chart's data feed, market data feed, is doing. You got timed out? Maybe I clicked on something while I was going through. Are you? Or you mean your machine got timed out? Or server Discord was acting up, maybe. So this is exactly what the market data feed is doing. It's taking direct feed from the CME, taking it to the servers, massaging the data for the Denali feed, and then broadcasting that to all of us who are subscribed to those market data feeds within Sierra Chart. So like, you'll probably see inside the Sierra Chart log things like, I'm looking through my log to see if I see when I may have erased it, but you'll see server information. Basically, it's connecting. It's making a connection to a market data server, which is receiving live data from the CME. If you're looking at that instrument, obviously it's going to be different depending on. Oh, it was AutoMod. What word did he say? Oh, don't say it. Oh, I see. Because you wrote Bitcoin. I see. Oh, yeah, crypto. Got it. Okay. So that's already being done. So the data that the API exposes for you is this exact thing. So you don't need to create a custom study in order to get that data into an array. It's literally the array that you have right here. Let's go to top and let's go to here, and then you see this Axel interface members, variables, and arrays link. I'm going to click on that, and then base data in. So this is the page you want to read through. All of that data from the CME is getting broadcasted to you on a very high speed and high quality market data socket to your machine, with all of that data available for easy API access. So that part's done. I can use that array for another study to perform other calculations. You don't need to, because it's available in every single Sierra Chart custom study. So you can do it. You don't need to do that step. It's already there. You want to parse row quote data as it comes out of the CME. Again, you don't need to do that because you're getting that done at the high speed already. That's basically what Sierra is doing for you. It's giving you all of that information already. So this is done. Question 2, do you know how I can color individual price levels of a candlestick in an easy way? The problem is I need to square size exactly as long as the candlestick for my heat map. Here's a picture. Apparently I didn't get the screenshot. And I already tried to make squares with Axel, which are larger than the high-low bars. Let me see if I can find your picture, CaveX, so I can post that up. So we have some context. Okay, here's one picture that was related to this. And then there was a second picture in here. Copy image. Okay. And I see some coloring here on these white candlesticks. Okay. see that. Normal candlestick, high-low bar, color, color, color. Okay. So the only way that I am aware of coloring individual price levels is through overlays on top of the candle bars. I don't believe there's any way, and correct me somebody in the chat if I'm wrong, I don't believe there's any way for you to take over the control of individual price level coloring intra-bar, regardless of what bar drawing style you're using, to individually overwrite the colors displayed at each price level. The way that I've accomplished this is I overlay a rectangle which starts and ends at the appropriate X value and then starts and ends at the appropriate Y value in terms of price and date and time. And that is how I overlay colors on top of that. You can do that with transparency also enabled so that you're not completely overlaying the underlying candle bar, but you're providing kind of like a color highlight to it. And I see we have new chats here, so maybe somebody answered. Yeah, Corey's got an answer here. Let me copy this out so I can have it in the... So for this, the answer is using OpenGL. You could set your chart graph type to blank and then draw your own bars. So yeah, that's actually a good point. You could do that. Actually, I think you can do that even without OpenGL. You can draw your own bars. There's a custom draw bar function inside the docs, which is probably more advanced than what you're trying to do here, but API for getting bar width, you'll need to maintain your own structures for each bar, and for each bar, maintain your data at each price level. I wouldn't use SC tool for this for performance reasons. Yes, that is probably true. So you could use OpenGL. If you don't have OpenGL enabled, you can use GDI, which is another drawing. It's a Windows-based operating system level graphics library for those of us who don't have OpenGL turned on or don't have a graphics card, which supports it. So what Corey is suggesting here is have a blank chart. So you see this is OpenGL drawing these chart bars. And if I had OpenGL off, it'd be Windows GDI library drawing these chart bars. But if I hit F5 or go to chart settings, and then I go over to bar period tab, and then I go over to draw a graph draw type list, you see that right now it's selected to OHLC. What Corey is saying is, you see at the bottom here, it says blank. So if you select that and then I hit OK, you'll see that all that's left on my chart is the SMA that we added at the beginning of the stream. So the chart bars are not being rendered there. They still exist in structure in the sense that I can programmatically access them and their information still. They're just not being rendered in a visual way for humans to see. So I can still access all of this information, and if I turn on the crosshair, you can see that as I'm moving left and right over the chart, that I am still respecting my 5-minute time bar interval, and all the data that's within those bars is still accessible. Let's go ahead and turn those back on. You can still use OHLC. So that's one way. The reason that Corey is suggesting not to use the Axle drawing tools is for the performance reasons, which goes back to that conversation we were having. One of the most common questions I get asked is, I added Axle drawings, but now my study is running very slow. So if you start cranking on this, even with OpenGL turned on and its benefits of the superb drawing and rendering performance that it offers over the Windows GDI library drawing, you can still get some performance issues. And I have actually ran into those as well. I've had, I was curious, so I started really cranking on it, and I had several thousand Axle chart drawings on a chart, and you really see the performance lag starting to come in. And I experimented, like, where does it start to really lag for my machine and for my chart book setup? And I saw that after a couple thousand drawings, I started to get some lag when I was trying to scroll left and right. Now, a couple thousand is still a lot of drawings, but it is relative, because if you're trying to draw hundreds of thousands of drawings on a chart for whatever reason, you might have a different issue. So if you're trying to draw a bunch of overlays, I would follow the advice Corey is saying. I would not use the Axle drawing tools. I would instead use either WinGDI, or if you have it enabled, OpenGL to draw. And there was a big release a while back. You guys, if you've updated recently in the last month, 2 months, 3 months, you already have this. But the marriage and abstraction of the drawing API functions has been developed and published. In other words, there's now, you don't need to convert all of your code or detect GDI versus OpenGL. There's one set of drawing functions now that will detect for you, and so it will choose which one you have on and draw through that library based on whether you have OpenGL enabled or not. So that's really neat, because then your deliverability, if you're somebody who's making indicators for other people, is wider, and you don't have to worry about if they're running OpenGL or not. Okay. Okay, we got M. Bilyanov. Let's see. I've been exploring requirements needed to stream data in real time from Sierra to an external tool. The tool might be anything. It could be Excel, your own tool, or machine learning. Sure, some kind of external platform that you want to get data to. Okay, what's the tech stack needed for that? That will be streaming through TCP or UDP. Is it a pipe that we can attach to? Is there an otherwise standardized way to do this? And then there's a video of that. So I'm not going to go into the video that you've attached here, because I think the answer is pretty straightforward. If it's a performance, and it is, because you're saying stream it in real time. So if you need that kind of performance, then I would not do it through a custom study, probably, at all. I would bypass all of that. And Sierra has a feature where you can actually write code that isn't a custom study, have it run outside of Sierra Chart, and connect to the Sierra Chart servers and stream data through them. This is called the DTC protocol. DTC protocol. So what I would recommend is, what I would recommend is look up the documentation for the Sierra Chart DTC protocol. Enable the DTC server on your local Sierra Chart, even though you won't be running a custom study within Sierra Chart, and then you would code against the DTC protocol to build your own external. Let's say you are going to build it in, you could build it in C++, you could build it in C#, you could build it in whatever, you could build it in Python if you want, you could build it in whatever the heck you want. And you could just connect to the servers without being subjected to the overhead of having a chart run and all the studies run in here, and then subscribe to market data feeds that you need in real time, and then those will just be coming into the socket that's reading from whatever language or whatever whatever way you want to develop it. So you could build, let's say you were using one of these, you could build your own C++ program that ran outside. It could be a console application. It runs in the command prompt, and you could have it connect to the DTC protocol, subscribe to an ES data feed, real-time data feed, and start streaming real-time ES quotes to your C++ program that's running separately in its own console, not inside Sierra Chart, which means you're not subject to the chart update issues. You are not on the same thread as Sierra Chart application. So there's for speed. So obviously I do this a lot for automated trading, especially ones that are high speed or urgency of execution to signal event times. This is the way I do that. Good question. Bicanoid, can we disable all debug log statements with a flag? You know, that is an interesting question. I feel like I saw. Hold on a second. I don't see it. Show hide categories. What is this? You know, that might be a newer feature. Interesting. I feel like I remember seeing somewhere in one of the settings, and I don't know where it is, but you can like hide all log messages so that it doesn't show up. But if let's say there is nothing built into the Sierra chart application. Oh, hold on a second. Somebody is. Oh, perfect. Oh, wow. Okay. So Corey has linked to, so for those of you watching on YouTube later, you got to come in here and into this Discord and find this message. But let me post this over here and then put an arrow. Thank you, Corey. Corey shared some code here which shows how he approaches writing flags for logging. And there's actually more code just underneath this. I'm not going to paste the whole screenshot, but you basically could write a wrapper around. Oh, he says it right here. You create a wrapper function and avoid all this, and then you could just write your own debug functionality and function, and then call that instead, and it handles inside of here exactly how you want to flag or unflag various urgency levels of different log messages. So you could have, you know, anything here. You could have a completely custom list. You just build it out. That's great. Thank you for sharing that, Corey. Shuajun says, what's a good way to send an order from Sierra chart to MetaTrader 5 4x through coding? How do I want to answer this question? This question seems simple, but it's actually quite there's a lot of nuances here. How do I want to answer this? Okay. In the Axel library, there is a whole set of, let me go to the top, go back to our study, and then trading, automated trading from an advanced custom study. And here's the documentation for that. So let's use, let's just look at this. Buy entry and exit, or entry and exit functionality. Okay. So you could read through this and you could see that if you call this function, what you will end up doing is submitting an object of type struct sc new order to Sierra chart, and that would execute through Sierra chart. But you had a question to MT5, so not through Sierra chart, and I'm assuming there's no adapter to MT5. Got it. So this is to an external system. So we actually need to do it a little bit differently. This is Sierra chart. Oops. This is MT5 or any other external platform. It doesn't matter. And there's no existing adapter in between these two. Basically, what you would need to do is you would need to build a middle layer. You would need to build an execution adapter. This execution adapter would need to have access to the MT5 account, or whatever the platform is. I'm just going to refer to it as MT5 account from now going forward. So you would have to have obviously an account here. You would have to have API access here so that you can programmatically submit orders and check things like, you know, your positions, your balances, your trade confirmations, your execution confirmations, the status of various things going on in the system. So you would basically have an adapter that could talk to MT5. You could have Sierra chart talk to the adapter. So you have some signal in Sierra chart sends it to the adapter sends it to MetaTrader. This adapter doesn't necessarily need to be a separate piece of code. I'm abstracting it visually like this so that it's easier to consume the information I have here. But this adapter could be really simple or much more complex. You could have it live inside of a custom study if you wanted to, inside Sierra chart. And actually, Tahir just sent a message now that I'm going to include here. So he accomplished this with HTTP post requests, and I'm going to guess, Tahir, correct me if I'm wrong, that you did it from within a custom study. Is that right? So you use the existing basically REST API call functionality in the post and get HTTP protocol built out API functions on Axel to send calls. So for what Tahir's saying here, his execution adapter was written actually inside here. So it doesn't look like this. It looks like this. And then he does this. So it's still an execution adapter in the logical sense because it is handling, sending formed data in a specific format. I don't know what MetaTrader's API accepts. Is it JSON or is it like some kind of standard, or is it XML, or what is it accepting? Something. It accepts some kind of format, some kind of payload. And so Tahir is creating that payload inside the custom study. So if it's JSON, I'm going to pseudocode this. Maybe there's like an action field and he has to set it to buy. And maybe there's a symbol field and he has to set it to ES. And maybe there's a quantity field and he has to set it to 1. And maybe there's a price field and he has to set it to whatever. And then there's a order type field and he has to set it to something else. You know, I'm really just pseudocoding this, but he has built the execution adapter within here, and it's creating a message which is in the format that MetaTrader is expecting, and then he's sending it over the wire using one of the HTTP protocol request that's implemented in the Axel APIs. MT5 is consuming his message and probably kicking back some kind of response to him, which he's evaluating in here. And since this is a synchronous process, in other words, what does that mean? It means that this sends this message over here and locks Sierra waiting for a reply. So this is where the stuff gets kind of hairy. This is the request. This is the reply. What happens if there's a delay here? This is locked. Okay? Until that reply comes back in. That may not be what you want. This is probably the easiest way to get started, but that may not be what you want. So if you need to build in that kind of, or how should I say this? If you need to build in asynchronicity into your system, this would probably not be the way you'd want to go. You'd want to do what I drew out originally, where you have Sierra chart, you have a dedicated and external adapter, execution adapter, and you have your target system. So this is MT5, this is your adapter, and this is your Sierra chart. And then you have your Sierra chart send a signal to your adapter, which is processing on its own thread completely separately from Sierra chart. And the adapter is taking it from there and quarterbacking everything else to MT5. So the adapter is taking this and quarterbacking it to MT5. This is going to be more complex. Why? Because not everything is located nicely and neatly for you here inside of your Sierra custom study. You are going to need to look for responses back from the execution platform of your choice, back from MT5. You submit a market order, MT5 takes it, consumes it, and spits back a market order confirmation message back to you with fill information. You got filled at 5,555 on the ES. Your adapter needs to consume that reply and then do something with it. Do you need that information back into Sierra chart? Only you can decide that. So then you need some way for the adapter to talk back to Sierra chart to the custom study. But this is not an open door here. You can't just say, hey, Sierra chart custom study, I got information to pass back to you from this asynchronous process that I've built out here. No, you can't do that. So that's when you start using other techniques such as pipes, sockets. Actually, no, a socket would still be blocking because you're going to be listening on the if you have this be the server side, you're going to be blocking until that response comes in. So pipes is probably the fastest way to do it. So you could have what is it called? Inter-process communication. Oh my gosh, my brain's going to mush here. You could have an IPC pipe, which is beyond the scope of this stream, and we're already going for several hours here. But look up IPC pipes in C++ and see how you can talk between different processes and running on different threads and how they can share information back and forth with each other. Bidyanov is asking, can this be done through WebSockets? Which is a good question. Something more dynamic than orders. So yes, you can. You could do this multiple different ways. You could have your adapter actually be a WebSocket server or listener, and then have Sierra make a quick connection to this listener, send information, and then disconnect from that WebSocket, and then have it send to MetaTrader 5. But if this is a high frequency symbol that is getting executed every few hundred milliseconds and trades are coming in and in and in, you're going to have a big performance issue here. This is not going to run well if you have that. Why? Because spinning up and shutting down a WebSocket every couple hundred milliseconds is going to be really expensive for your machine. That is not efficient code. So that's probably not the best way to do it. There's so many different combinations here of what you could do. It's really like it's not a one size fit all. It's really dependent on what you're trying to accomplish, what your priorities are. There's always going to be trade-offs for performance, cost, speed, so many other variables. So you really need to sit down and plan out what is important for me, what am I trying to actually accomplish, what are the top priorities for me in terms of timing, stability, urgency, and other factors. But you're getting into more complex more complex stuff here with that independently running execution adapters that are talking to external systems. And then there's also, of course, all the stuff like how do you handle authentication to this external platform? How are you handling error situations? Do the error messages from this platform stop at this layer, the execution adapter, or do they bubble back up to the Sierra chart? Is that something that your client or that you would need? I have clients who have various different needs of executing in various different platforms externally, so I have a bunch of different options for how to bubble information back up to the client, should they need it on their Sierra chart graph or if they need it in some other place. So, yep. Corey just shared a really good link, which is to the. So if you're trying to just get a proof of concept going, I would say what Tahir said here using the HTTP post request is probably the best bet. And here Corey has shared the link to the documentation for that request. And I think there's examples in there. So you guys can check that out. But good suggestions by Tahir and Corey here. Okay. Where am I, guys? So that was Chua question. Great question. Good job. Draw. Is there any way to predict a point of control before the candle closes? Well, no, obviously not. It should be obvious because you cannot predict the future. So time for most of us goes in one direction, and we don't know what's going to happen here. I have someone else's phrase sitting in the back. You don't know. There could be thermonuclear war starting 5 seconds from now. We don't know. So you have no way to predict what will happen before the closing of a candle. No, obviously you have no way to know what's going to happen. You can suggest where the point of control is at the current time. That's something you can do. You can say currently the point of control is here, but I believe there's already stuff in Sierra that renders that, right? Like the basic volume profile is already rendering that kind of thing, and it updates as more information comes in. Based on the expiration left on the candle with an amount of consolidation that's already taken place in an area. So basically, you're trying to build out like a predictive point of control. Sure, you could do a predictive thing with a degree of, a healthy degree of salt, that you know that this is not going to be perfect, this is not going to be accurate, and should something happen that drastically changes whatever the market is right at that moment in time, it's going to be completely unreliable. So I guess, what are you trying to accomplish with it that getting the current point of control isn't already accomplishing? Like, if you do all of this, what are you actually getting out of it that you aren't getting out of what is the current point of control, even if it's only, I don't know, if you have like 5-minute bars like we have here, and 4 minutes and 55 seconds of this bar has already elapsed, so there's only 5 seconds remaining. What is the point of control with only 5 seconds remaining not giving you that this would give you, is what I would contest back to that question. I hope that makes sense, Draw. Ashton has got a bounce. Open chart or get chart reference. Specifically, when setting the session start and end times, this code should be working on the docs. When the chart gets programmatically open, the start and end times are all set to midnight for me. This probably has nothing to do with that, but rather to do with the way you're setting the date times here. The code should open a 1-tick range bar in the background of his machine. Let's take a look. Oh, that's not a thing. Let me go back to Discord. Hold on. I just clicked on a screenshot. Where was he? Where was he? Expand. View whole file. I'm just going to take a quick screenshot of this file so I can post it here. Let's make this bigger. Can you guys see that? Is that big enough? Let's read through what he's doing here. So this is the chart number he wants to target. And then he is building this object, which he's going to need in order to request the chart. Here's the actual request for the chart reference that he's doing. And then if he's checking for an error, and basically he's getting an error here. So let's take a closer look now. So this open chart parameters object is what's passed to this function so that Sierra chart knows what you're trying to do. You have the chart number, data type.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Hey.
All right, so it'd probably just be easier if I explain this. I'm at work, so I'm going to try and make it
Ashton.
quick.
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
So what do you got? Yeah.
So when I apply it to a chart, I'm trying to have the background chart that's opened have the same session start and end times. So in that little middle section there, I'm declaring the opened chart session and end times to match the base chart's session and end times. But when the chart opens in the background, it doesn't all of the session and start times are just set to midnight. So no chart. There's no data on the chart.
Did you sanity check and dump out the values of this
Yeah.
before setting it
Yeah,
here?
I added those to the logs a few lines up. Yeah,
Oh,
right
here. I don't.
Yeah, that's working.
This is not the correct format, I believe, for a
When it was
datetime
outputting,
object.
it was correct.
What does it give you for this output?
I
So
think it was
just
like
so everyone following along on YouTube watching this in a year, %D.
it was like 19,400 or something. Because the SC start time, the docs say that's like an SC date time variable that gives you the time in seconds.
The session, you mean the session start time 1 is the time in seconds,
Yeah.
not an actual SC date time object?
Yeah, no, it says it's a read write integer, but it is technically an SC date time variable, which gives you the time in seconds.
I wonder if you're having a conversion issue here, so I would do what I would do, Ashton, is add some sanity checks here before you're actually doing anything with this start time 1. I would dump out, you know how the SC datetime object has like get date, get hour, get second, minute, all these functions. I would extract those from start time 1 just as a sanity check if you haven't already, and dump them out so that you know exactly what that object is made of. Also, there's an SC datetime member function, which I believe says it's like get date time as seconds or something. And it comes out as an integer. And I wonder if what you're seeing is actually an inconsistency in displaying this format, because here you're implicitly converting an object into an integer. This is implicitly being done. What if it's not happening correctly? So that's why I would this part smells fishy to me. I would sanity check that you are getting what you think you're getting here. And then for this, because the use case here is you always need to be you need to be opening up a new chart, right, programmatically, and you don't know what it is ahead of time, so it needs to be done programmatically. So really, you don't have any like control over what these are. They're dynamic, and you don't know what they're going to be at compile time, only at runtime. So, I don't remember I'm not familiar with this open chart parameters object, but I would double check exactly what this is expecting. In other words, is it expecting an SC datetime object?
It is.
Or
the structure. It's
okay.
It says it's expecting an SC datetime structure, and here's the link to the session start time variable.
Second. Open. Read write
So
integer
it makes
variable.
it sound like it's converted to the get time in seconds, like for you.
Wait a minute. No. This is a time value in seconds, not the date in seconds. So that might be where you're getting an issue. This is just the time piece. In this, let's go back to here. Okay, yeah, I think this might be expecting a date and a time, whereas this is just giving you, wait, no. Yeah, that's just giving you the time. Or where is it? Here. That's just giving you the time value. To see daytime time values. Get time. Okay, so that is just giving you get time in seconds. Okay. This is only giving you SC datetime get time in seconds. Now, let's look what session start time wants. That's in, what is the name of this? ACS open chart parameters. Is this even in the docs, or do I need to go to
No,
the
here, let me
actual?
link it.
Hold on, let
I
me
can
open
link it
up.
for you real quick.
Is it Sierra chart that? Oh, it is in the docs. Okay.
Yeah, I just linked it for you.
So here's the object that Ashton's working with. It's called ACS Open Chart Parameters. And this object, just looking at the parameters here, chart data type, intraday bar period type. That's not what we need yet. Okay, so session start time and end time. These are the two things that Ashton is trying to set. Where the hell is it? There. Session start time. Okay, so that's the thing he is targeting. Where'd it go? There it is. This is the primary session start and end times. If they're not specified, it uses it from the global settings. That doesn't actually tell me what data type this is. Let's go. So I've opened up Sierra chart.h here, and I want to go through and look at this SC structures. And then let's go ahead. What is the name of this structure? Again, it's called struct ACS open chart parameters. So this guy right here. I'm going to search inside structures.h for s_ACS open chart parameter. There it is. So let's highlight that. And let me remove all this white space formatting so that it's easier to see. And let's make this a little bit larger. Aha! Smoking gun. What do you see? What's the answer? Somebody type it in. What's the problem?
SC date time variable.
Bam. Exactly.
Okay. So I guess at least the
how
next
do we,
question is,
Mhm.
what's the date? Like, what's it expecting for the date on a session start time?
So that is up to you. If you are always going to be doing current day, you could do something like create a get the current system time using get current date time or whatever that function was we used at the top of the stream, and then use the get date call from it, right? So if you are always using today, or you always want to use whatever the latest bar on the chart or whatever, like I don't know how you're going to be using this, but if it's always going to be whatever the current day is, you could get the current day, like get now, like we did earlier, and then get the date from there, make a new SC date time object, set the correct date to it, and then apply the start time, which is actually just a time value, to that date time object, and then set that date time object to session start time
Interesting.
on the OCP, because this is is without a bunch of the information that this is an SC datetime object. This is just an int. So yeah, that makes sense that you're missing or that it's not rendering correctly because we're not providing the correct information to it. So that's where I would go.
Yeah, right above that line of code, I'm setting the days to load. So I wonder if I just need to set the date to the start of days to load, if that makes sense.
It depends on what you want to do and what you're trying to load in the chart that you're opening. Like if you're trying to do something historical and you click a button and you need to open something from X number of days ago, then yeah, you would need to get the date from that day. But if it's always going to be a live trading situation and you just only care about the hard right edge, well, then you could get the date time of the sc.array size -1 bar. In other words, the very most recent bar. So it depends on how you want to use this code, like what the context is for using the code. Does that make sense?
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Keep tinkering with it, so what I
Go back to work.
Yeah, thank you.
And ZByte has that. And with that, is that all of the questions, guys? Is that everything? I think it is. Let me scroll up. The Eager Puppy Pitfalls video. This. That's Corey's dump or debug function that he shared kindly with us. I think that's it. Okay. So I'll open it up for open Q&A for a couple of minutes. Jump on the mic or type it out. Anybody got anything? It can be coding, it can be trading, it can be life regrets, anything you want. Open floor.
I did have that one question, but it's something I can figure out.
Oh, where is
You
it?
know,
Did I miss it? Hold on
Yeah,
a second.
or
Let me
maybe-
go back.
I'll try to.
Where?
link it.
Yeah, give me a link to it because I'm scrolling like crazy through here.
It is something I can probably find out on my own though.
Yeah, just
Here.
link it
There you
because
go.
I'm scrolling like crazy here.
Yeah, I linked it.
Okay. Bayman asked. This used to be not supported. Is there a collection of studies to create a shortcut to hide multiple specific studies at once but leave all other studies? I'm not aware of a shortcut for that, but we can definitely build something like that as a custom study. So but you're not a developer, right?
It's something that I can do. It'll just take me probably a couple weeks.
I have a study I shared several years ago, which is like a toggle study, which uses a keyboard. You can like program a keyboard button to do something like that a custom study is. And I think I had it toggling something. So if you use that and then connected it to, so there's a hide study. Oh, is it a variable or is it a function? It must be a variable. Hold on a second. Let me search for it. Hide study. Yeah, it is a variable. Here it is. So this hide study will hide the current study. But there is a way to target other studies and flip this as well. I don't remember how exactly to do it. But yes, you can find other studies and then flip this flag on them to true or 1, and then it will hide them, and then use that toggle study that I shared on the video, and then you could toggle potentially a number of studies. But I'm not aware of anything that's like pre-built out for that. If someone else is, maybe chime up in the chat right now.
Did you post the toggle on GitHub?
I don't remember if I posted it on GitHub, but it's definitely on YouTube inside the probably in the Sierra chart playlist that I have. I don't remember exactly. It was years ago. Do you think a silicon-based life forms would use this planet for minerals or biological purposes? Obviously in jest, but it's actually good. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, the quick zoom is for oh, there's a free one? Okay, so no need to reinvent the wheel. There's a group of guys called Order Flow Labs that offer some free studies, so go check that out if you're so inclined. And it looks like they have a hide study thing in there, so or one a study that does that exact thing.
Thank you, Piotr. I appreciate it.
I think this is an interesting question, and I was just discussing this with my wife yesterday about there was a lecture that I watched about a physicist who is working on a theory of, what did she call it? Assembly framework, not computer assembly framework, but actually the evolution of information. And man, she said a quote from there that really had me thinking into the night, and it was something like, information has size and time, but not in space. Information has size and time, but not in space. And what that all means, and to give a simple example, what did she use as an example? The idea of a rocket that can reach other planets These days, we have the technology. We actually have the hardware to accomplish that. Right? We can build a rocket. We can send it to space. We can hit the moon and hit other planets with it. But before that existed, technology existed, the idea of it existed. And that idea was information, mental thoughts. Well, that information had to be encoded somehow. And how does that information exist? Like, it's not tangible in the sense that you can touch the rocket, the physical rocket. You can't touch the idea, the information. How did that information evolve? Well, go backwards until you find the first scientist who thought up of, I don't know, rocket propellant. How did their brain cells evolve over time into coming up with the idea of rocket propellant? You know, their brain cells aren't an object that just came into existence. Is actually from billions of years of star matter and other. I could just go into this like down the deep hole and get really metaphysical with it. But information has size and time, but not in space. Really interesting stuff. Probably for a different time. Advice for motivation. Let me take a screenshot of this. And we'll end it here soon. Wickenoid asking how to stay continuous in coding. I start and then I keep dropping after hitting a roadblock or hitting confused. Yeah, that's a good question. So the things that I like to code when I'm learning a new language or when I'm learning some kind of new framework or something new is I like to solve problems that are affecting me, bite-sized problems that are affecting me in my work or in my life. So, for example, many of you probably have seen the CSV importer, the Google Sheets CSV importer for Sierra Chart, that study. So the reason that came to be was because I kept hearing people talk about how it would be nice to have one spreadsheet and have it import the levels from that spreadsheet into it. So it was a personal involvement that kept me motivated to get that problem solved. I kept hearing people complain about the lack of it, so therefore I built it. I feel like if you don't have that personal investment in what you're trying to build out or solve, you are not likely to go and build something in that. So I would identify some things that are in your life that you would like to have automated with respect to Axel. Is there something, like if you look at ES every day, are you doing something? Are you collecting levels on it every day? Okay, is there a way to automate that? Okay, go figure out how to automate that one small little bite-sized thing until you figure it out and get it coded up, and keep going at it until that's solved and automated for you. Now you have that bite-sized thing figured out, then go do the next one. I hope that helps. Basically, have some skin in the game.
That helps.
Yeah, abstract and large projects. Like if you come in and say, and we have this sometimes, people come in and are like, I just started learning how to code and I made my first HTML web page and I'd like to build an automated trading system in C++. And it's like, well, bad news for you. It's going to take a little bit of time and effort. You don't get to the 100-meter dash Olympic finals by getting up off the couch and being like, hey, it'd be cool is winning a gold medal in a 100-meter dash. Like there's obviously decades of work that gets you there. So it takes understanding, but the figuring out how to ask the right questions. Yep, figuring out how to ask the right questions is also important. Look into literature before science. Isaac Newton, apple falling, apple is the trigger for thought. Dark Noise with his suggestions. You're welcome. Okay, let's just call it there, guys and gals, whoever. Thank you for joining. Thank you for submitting the questions, and I hope you have a wonderful day and rest of your weekend. Let's go ahead and kill this coding stream here. Stopping stream on YouTube. It should be stopping. Did that stop on YouTube? Hopefully it did. Whew. Man, oh man. How long did we go? It's 1:30. What time do we start? 10:30?
Yep. Yes, you deserve a
Dang.
line.
Dang.
Yeah, that's
is-
a record.
Great stuff, dude. That was
No,
awesome.
no, the record, we had like a 5 or 6 hour one a couple of years
Jesus,
ago.
Nikolai.
And it was just straight of 6 hours of just building out stuff. So,
I'm glad I missed that.
oh man. Oh, okay. How are you guys doing? That was long. That
Yep.
was a long one.
You are a smart cookie.
No, I'm just very persistent.
Yes.
I think that is a. Oh, I have to end stream on here too. Oops. So everybody got that end. No, I don't think it's about smarts because there's plenty of people who are smart. I think it's that when I'm confronted with a roadblock, I know the steps I need to take in order to start problem solving it. And I'm just very persistent about problem solving it. I think that's what it is. I'm not smarter than anybody else. Like I'm not obviously not dumb, but I'm not on some
I mean, it goes back to
spectrum
like
of like
what
high
we were talking,
intelligence.
what we were talking about the other day. You just have a way of thinking about things. Yeah, the problem solving part. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You have a way of doing that.
Yeah, problem solving, learning how logic works and how to reason your way through hurdles. And if I can't get through here, how do I get through? If I can't get through there, how do I find information that would help me get through, or find another way around? If I can't find information about how to get around it, how do I find people who might know the information about how to get around it? And if I can't find those people, how do I find people who might know those people to get the information to get around? And you just keep problem solving. I mean, I don't know any other way to do it other than just brute force. Like that's just like so many things in life. Just like trading. I don't know of any shortcuts. You have to take the pain. You have to lose in order to learn how to trade. You have to. You can't. I mean, I guess you could come in right before the GameStop bubble and start buying meme stocks and think that you're a genius, but are any of those guys still trading now? I don't know. I don't see them anymore, but I guess maybe they could still be there. Just like trading, you have to go through a lot of pain and suffering and learning in order to make it forward. So. Anyone else?
Nothing. Just wanted to say thank you for your videos. I copied shamelessly your YouTube tutorials and finally was able to write something replicate something in Haskell after like 3 years of wasting time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very new, so I'll be spending some more time. Last few tries, I did something, I gave up, did something, gave up. This time I at least was able to copy 3 of your stuff and at least understand it logically. There's like a lot more to do, but yeah, that was some start I got last 2 weeks back, week back.
That's really great. That's good job, first of all, and good job not quitting on it and keep going. And actually, that's part of the reason why I like to, and I mentioned this at the beginning, I like to use just a text editor because I think it's overwhelming for people who are starting out to get Visual Studio set up. It's like several gigabytes to download, hours of configuration, needing to know all this like super detailed Microsofty type of what's what, and it's just too much for people who are starting out. It's too much for me, and I've been doing this for a long time. I use Visual Studio when building client projects, but I don't like using it for quick and dirty scripts. I mean, and we just fine, made our way through. And I think you learn more by not having like the autocorrect syntax and all that stuff here too. So yeah, I'm glad that it's helping.
Visual Studio had been actually a problematic thing. Like it's just too much unnecessary bloatware to install just to write something
Agreed.
simple for now. I've been
I agree
using
with
Vim
that.
for years, and I hate setting up such a big environment when I don't even understand what I'm writing.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with you. There are some necessary evils in there that I do use for build processing and like post-build stuff and pre-build stuff. So there's like advanced features that I use it for, but it's for most of the people, unless you're doing professional work, if you're just trying to, I mean, some of the best stuff, the CSV importer that whoever said they're using every day, that was written in Vim. No code suggestions, no IntelliSense. Most of the stuff that I've published and shared is all written in a text editor with nothing other than the documentation and brute force trial and error. And I like doing that because then you guys and everyone else can see you don't need to be a computer scientist or a rocket scientist or engineer to start building your own scripts, indicators, studies, and even automated trading systems for yourself and solving problems for yourself using code and automation. You can do it too if you want to, and you don't need to have all this. If you're willing to put in the work and learn and do the hard lifting, then there is a path forward. So yeah, that's good. Crypto. Last question. I try to use this type of function, add zone until future intersection. How do I make it redraw the zone when price change and not draw a new zone? Yeah, we talked about that earlier in the feed. So it's going to be in the video recording that's posted to YouTube, but it is this. It'll be about this section here. It's going to be the same exact thing as the answer to this. Why is my thing drawing too slow? And it's because, where's my drawing? Did I close it? Okay, let's go back and find the drawing tools. 1 second. Drawing, chart drawing tools. No, it was chart drawing with Axel is what it was called. Using drawing tools from Axel. It's this method, this add method. You need to be setting this explicitly to add or adjust or only add only if new, but it sounds like you want add or adjust. Crypto trader, if you're still listening here. Yeah, you're here. Okay. So you're going to want to use this flag and make sure that's getting set. Shorting bear, if I know C# or C, do you think I can build my own indicators? Should I learn C++? I see you use C++. So shorting bear, I would say that if you already know C and C#, then you're already well on your way. I think that if you're already fluent in C, then most of the code that we're writing in C++ here should be, there's nothing here that should look foreign to you. I mean, most of this is C syntax. With the only exception is that, you know, the strings I'm using are not character arrays, pointers to character arrays. I'm using objects, but pretend this is a C struct that I'm using. That's built out. I mean, effectively, C++ is just C, but with wrappers around it. So most of this will be portable into C, except for the special objects. So yes, I think absolutely you could start to build. And there's a bunch of videos on the YouTube channel where this live stream is going to be posted that show how to get started and code samples and all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Just one thing I wanted to add when you use the word objects, right? Wrappers and objects, like that's the point where I start getting very confused when I start thinking in objects. Very okay to think in variables and all, but when it comes to objects, that's where the roadblock is that I mentioned earlier. Right?
Sure.
I've been trying to push through that for quite a while.
Sure. So I think I might be able to help with that. So the question here is actually about data types. So in computer science, we talk about data types to refer to ways to store logical information, such as I have an integer of my age, and it is 99, and I have, let's say, a string, and it's my name, and it's frozen, right? So the data types refers to this piece here. This is an integer, and this is a string. Now in C++, C, and all of these what we call strongly typed languages, these languages require us to specify the data type of the variable we are declaring and initializing. So here is my data type, it's an integer. My variable name is my age. And then I am initializing it with the integer value of 99. I cannot, in C++, take this and put hello world here and try to initialize my integer of my age with a string of hello world. Why? Because the compiler, when I try to compile that piece of code, is going to say, my left side is saying, in declaring a space on the physical memory of the machine for a type of integer, so that has a certain number of bytes that are allocated in physical memory to store an integer. If you're on a 32-bit system, then that's going to be, and it's a signed or unsigned integer, then it's going to be 32 bits, or sorry, 32 bytes of potential data to be able to store for the size of the integer. But when you specify a different data type on the right-hand side of the equals operator, one that doesn't fit for this type of data type, this cannot be stored. You cannot, if this is allocated for an integer, it's expecting an integer there. You can't stick hello world into there. So I went on a tangent and I forgot what I was talking about. So the difference between objects and all that. Got it. Okay. So data types. So what I would do is I'd Google basic data types, primitive data types. So your primitive data types are things that are like building blocks. That's going to be your integers. That's going to be your floating point precision numbers. So things like the ES price is 5999.50. There's a decimal point here, and this can be sometimes represented by a floating point data type. Sometimes they will call it a double. There's also more complex ones. In other words, it has decimal points after it. An integer cannot have decimal points after it. If you have integer my age and I try to store 99.12345, what's going to get stored in my int? If this is the memory space for it, if I have my age here and this is the memory space for that spot, and I try to store 99.12345, guess what's going to get stored in there? 99. Or it'll throw an error out to you. Those are primitive data types. When I start talking about objects, and I'm using objects and structures, or structs for short. Structs actually just means structures. These are slightly more complex data types. They're not primitive, they are complex data types. In other words, they have a certain set of properties that make them different than the primitive ones. One thing that's cool about objects is that you can build your own. You can build your own struct, and I can call it person, and inside of here I can give my own custom object a name, which can be a string. I can give it an integer age. And what else can we do? I'll just keep it simple for now. Name and age, right? So this is an object I have declared inside my code. What good does that do? Well, now I can create instances of that object, or structure in this case. In C, there were no things as objects. They only had structs. So I'm getting into semantics here, but in C++ they introduce objects. Anyways, we won't get into that level of detail. But now I've created this object called person, or the struct called person. And now what I can do in my code is I can reuse that and create instances of it. So I could say person myself is equal to a new person. And then I could say myself.name equals frozen. And I could say myself.age equals 99. This, in physical memory, has allocated a space large enough to fit all of the data. You know, it's interesting, we talked about the data, information has size and time, not in space, a quote from yesterday, but this allocated memory in physical memory has created enough space to store all the potential things that this structure could potentially hold, in which this case it's a string and an integer. And so this instance of type person, this object type of person, this instance of it, I have called it the variable myself, and it has allocated a space of memory here. And inside that space of memory, we have two fields. One of them is going to be for frozen. For the name, the size got messed up, but you get the idea. And then 99, the age would be stored in here. And that object is stored in here. Now, if you keep drilling down into computer memory, all this ends up eventually flattening out to a bunch of ones and zeros. And before that, it goes down into like machine assembly, lower level languages, and we won't get into all the engineering side of that here, but essentially an object is a logical structure that is more complex than a primitive type and often involves one or more primitive types stored inside of it. And also, objects can have custom functions. So you could do something like, you could create a function in here, get my age plus or get age till retirement. I don't know. You could create a function in here that's called get age till retirement. And let's say it just assumes that retirement age is going to be 70 years old. And then what it does is it returns my age subtracted from retirement age. I'm just doing pseudo code here, but you could add a custom function to this object, to this person object, that is called get age till retirement, and all it does is it returns how many years left you have till retirement. And then what you could do with that is you could say in your code, you could say, remember we have this object that we created, an instance of this person object. We called it myself. I could say myself.get age till retirement. And what will that return to me? Well, it'll return whatever the calculation does. But you can see how this is not a primitive type. I can't call int, if I have an int my age equals 99, I can't call my age dot some custom function here. That doesn't exist. This is a primitive type. This is the atom to the molecule, if you will. You can create molecules out of atoms, but you can't create atoms out of molecules. So this is primitive. This is complex object.
Thanks for explaining.
How are objects stored in memory compared to a standard variable? Is there a simple visualization? Compared to a primitive type, I think the side question here is heap versus stack. And I'm probably going to leave this for a different video. But I think the question that is probably more aligned with it is how are dynamically instantiated objects stored in memory versus objects that were declared at compile time. Because we know what the size of an integer is for a 32-bit or a 64-bit architecture, computing architecture. This is kind of blending computer engineering and science together. We know what the physical space required to store an integer is. We know what the physical space required to store a floating point variable is. But if you have a complex object that could potentially have dynamic information in here, including arrays or like dynamically sized lists, or potentially something that you don't know the size of at compile time when you're writing the code, it could change. It could be a different size at runtime. You need to handle those differently. You need to store them in different parts of physical memory. And yeah, this is getting into a whole nother like set of computer hardware stuff, but basically dynamically instantiated objects are stored in a different place than objects that were declared in the code at compile time that are static. In other words, if I declared in my code my age, or where is it? Like this is declared at compile time. The value that it gets set to will be set at runtime, but we know before we even compile this the maximum size that this object will take in memory. So it is allocated memory specifically for this object. Now, if we had a loop that looked at some kind of real-time, runtime set of conditions and instantiated new ones of new instances of this object or any other object, we don't know how much space that would require to have. And so the operating system needs to allocate the available physical memory that you have on your system to fit these things that you're dynamically instantiating. I just keep going further into this rabbit hole, but how do I want to cap this off cleanly? How are objects stored in memory compared to a standard variable? I will say very carefully to here. That's a non-answer. I don't know. My brain's fried. Yeah, my brain is fried. And I gotta go do a bunch of stuff here. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Wish everybody a very happy weekend and happy Friday. And I can close this out. And yeah, take it easy, guys. Thanks for joining.